always get me into these situations again, because I might be tempted. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything but me. But me. Paint away, day and night, 6 I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too soon. Cling to what you're giving. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Paint away, day and night, 6 I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant. Your radiant. Oh, oh, oh. Da 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 da. Yeah, dude, that's a good one. Oh, let's go. Dude, that's a good tune, isn't it? Isn't that a good tune? That is like a tune and a half. So somebody was asking about music. There are some links down in the description to music on Spotify and Apple Music. It is not that song that you just heard. The stuff that you just heard is only available here on the stream for the time being. Okay, but there is even better links. The albums Let Go After Glow and Failure Looks So Good. Links to those are down in the description. That is the current commercially available stuff. Now we're listening to like older shit from like the late 90s, early 2000s. I'm gonna put that out sometime in 2026 as well. That is my plan. Dude, yeah, no, Radiant's good. That was good. It was a really good band that
That was a really good band, right? Radiant, the number 3 breakdown. That was some great shit. But so what's interesting about it is that song was like the flagship song, okay? That was from that band number 3 breakdown. But then I ended that band to do my solo record, 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗀𝗏. So that was like, it was a goodbye band is what that was. Right? Yeah, no, it was good shit. Good shit, boss. Right? Can I do a CD or an LP? I mean, I have some CDs of the stuff that's down in the description, right? So, but again, there's links in the description that have some music, and then there's the music on the stream. And that's all we have right now. That's it, right? So I mean, if you like, yeah, for the time being, that's what we have, right? Hopefully we'll put that other shit. Hopefully we'll put the other stuff sometime in 2026, right? I got to sort out how I'm going to do it because I don't want to have individual, like I don't want to have 3 fucking profiles on like, I think I'm going to add it to the Wanted's like Spotify, right? Your sound system is too old for the internet? Nah, dude. Even if you have an old sound system, boss, you know what you need? You just need an auxiliary in, right? Right? Isn't that what you do? That's what you do, right? Even your old one, right? So when I do that, will I have to stop playing it on stream? No. So what I'm going to do is the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so I can play the other stuff on stream, right? That's the first step. So 2 things are going to happen. The first thing that'll happen is we will hear the links down in the description on stream. Okay, we'll hear the like commercially available music on stream. That will be the first thing. And then the second thing that will happen will be the stuff we've been hearing on stream will end up on Apple Music and Spotify. So there are like 2 parts of the equation, right? The first is making it so, because like right now, in theory, I could play my copywritten music on here. I would just have to like ask for an exemption every day when the stream got copy pinged, right? But I'm fairly certain I can just have my channel exempted, right? So all of that music can be played here. I'll be honest, I haven't gotten around to talking to the distributor people yet and negotiating that. That's on my to-do list in 2026 because it just hasn't really been a high priority. You know what I'm saying? It hasn't been my highest priority. I'll be honest, right? I've been mostly focusing on the channel, not worried so much about the music, but we will get there. All right. 2026 will be an expansive year. See, I really want to get the other music. Not that I don't love Radiant and shit, but like, I think there's a lot better music on Failure Looks So Good and 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗏, right? Radiant was a great song, but my later work far outshines that shit. You know what I mean? Right? So, and in the meantime, though, one thing I can suggest is if you ever need to get your daily dose, just load up a stream and listen to the first like 10 minutes of the stream. You know what I mean? Like you can always go to YouTube and just load up a stream and listen to a couple songs, right? In the first 10 minutes before I start singing, right? There's always like a song or 2 that plays or at the end, right? That's a temporary solution. Do you do it all the time? Let's go. Dude, let's go. Dude, that is a temporary solution, right? Oh shit. Yeah, no, I do want to put that shit on Spotify though and Apple Music. So I think what I'm going to do is this. I think what's going to happen is right now there's a wanteds page, right? There's a wanteds page. So either one of two things is going to happen. Either the wanteds page is going to have that music as the wanteds, and then the name of the album will be the name of the band, like Full Blown Red will be the Full Blown Red stuff, and number 3 breakdown will be the other thing. Or I will have separate like Spotify for the band Full Blown Red and for the band number 3 breakdown. I might just put it all as the wanteds. You know what I mean? I might just put it all as the wanteds just for simplicity's sake, you know? How much for a signed demo? So, I mean, you can go to actingliketommie.com and there are some of those options from my gaming website. If you go to actingliketommie.com, there is a store that like, the website is essentially in a state of limbo. Here, I'll show you real quick. But you go to actingliketommie.com, and I sort of ended the gaming fucking thing on March 6th, right when I started Political Punk, right? I just sort of changed it to this fucking format. But there is a shop there that has t-shirts and various like signed copies of certain records and shit. So you can go check that out. That is actingliketommie.com. It's just a leftover, like it was my gaming website, but then I sort of like made it not, it's like in limbo. It's a temporary website that still has the shop up until a Political Punk website ends up. And there's no vinyl, guys. There's no vinyl. I never made vinyl. It was too expensive to produce, right? I don't know what it's like now, but in the early 2000s when I made those records, vinyl was way too expensive to produce, right? And I didn't have a big enough fan base. Like if you're going to have vinyl, you either got to be a rich kid or you have to have a significant enough fan base where you know you're going to sell them, right? And I didn't have really a vinyl fan base in the early 2000s. But it is what it is, boss. Right? Dude, it's crazy how expensive it is. Cause it's just expensive because a lot of people don't do it anymore. You know? You know what I mean? That's really the problem. Is a lot of people don't make vinyl. Like it is a lost art. All right. So, dude, we're gonna try and look at a bunch of shit. I think what we're gonna start with, let's start with MAGA defection, shall we? A good warm-up. MAGA defection. Oh yeah, baby. Oh baby. So this is big. All right, this is Evan Kilgore. I mean, dude, I don't know who this goon is, but he is a right-winger, okay? He is MAGA. He is a former 𝗵𝗄𝗎 ambassador, okay? Now, I would like to take a minute here to point out how 𝗵𝗄𝗎 is kind of like TYT, guys, okay? It really is. So if you look back at like, we have to look back at like internet politics, okay? So 𝗵𝗄𝗎 and TYT are very similar. And not just because Anna and Cenk have gone on their little right-wing fucking whatever sidetrack. It is like the umbrella, okay? It is an umbrella. So what happened with TYT is TYT blew up and became like the de facto progressive entertainment. And then what they did was they went and grabbed everybody who is an up-and-comer and they snatched them up and they put them under the TYT umbrella, all right? And they used those up-and-coming political commentators and influencers to build the TYT brand. Okay. That's how Cenk did it. He like eliminated the competition by absorbing them. Okay. And this is a really common tactic. Okay. And so anytime there was a big influencer that could be a threat to TYT, he would go and like ink a deal with them or some shit and, you know, offer them optimization or what have you. Okay. He would grab anybody, right? Every political commentator who was not like a straight Dem lover would be picked up by TYT. And I see what you're saying about the populist and all that. I feel like Cenk has always been, you know, a little bit of a right winger in disguise. You know, I mean, he didn't like Obama and he's always been real critical of the Democratic Party. It's just that populist progressive stance allowed him to be negative to every side. But anyway, I digress. The thing though that's interesting about it is that TPUSA used the TYT method. Okay, that's the same thing that TPUSA did. And TPUSA, as Charlie was growing this thing with this right-wing money, anytime there was a right-wing influencer that popped up, TPUSA would snatch him up and bring him into the fold. They were all Benny Johnson, this Evan Kilgore guy, Milo, fucking Morgan Ariel, Emily Saves America, right? Even right now, Riley Gaines is TPUSA. They're all TPUSA. TPUSA did the same thing where they just, every right-wing influencer, they would snatch them up. And it did a couple of things. Like one, they were able to, Tim Pool. I don't know if Tim Pool was ever a TPUSA contributor, right? I don't think he was. I don't think Tim Pool was. I think he remained independent. Okay. And no, he was not, right? He participated, but he remained independent. He did. Tim Pool, that though, guys, is why Tim Pool got rocked so hard, okay, it's why he got rocked so hard by that Russian scandal, because he wanted to do the I'm independent, I align with no one, I'm like the one true voice, right? But all the rest of them, all of the mainstream, see, Tim Pool isn't a Christian, okay? And that's the difference. I mean, I don't know if Tim Pool has religious beliefs, but Tim Pool doesn't base his political thing on Christianity. All the TPUSA people are Christianity. Okay. That was like the key ingredient. They were all the Christian, you know, the Christianity people, right? You know what I'm saying? That was their whole thing. Right. And I mean, I don't know what that person's fucking like, whatever. They're being a weirdo. Right. That's their first message in chat. President King Trump for 2028. All right. Bye-bye. President. Bye-bye. Dude. All right. So, but anyway, so TPUSA was the umbrella. Okay. Now, here is one of the things though, guys, is much like TYT, where eventually when there's a disconnect on message or voicing or direction of the contributor, and then you have a little kerfuffle between TYT and the former TYT contributor, there becomes this competitive nature. Well, TPUSA has that too. And so Evan Kilgore is one of the former TPUSA people who then became very critical of TPUSA. And he has been very critical of TPUSA. He is reported on, you know, the Tyler Boyer rape scandal from Waukesha. I did a video on that last summer. He has definitely been an anti-TPUSA voice. Now, what I think is interesting is 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗃 is now going on the record saying, you know what? I don't support Candace Owens anymore. And guys, this is significant. Okay? This is significant because this is a fracture in the fracture. Okay? And what's amazing about this is the beauty of it. Oh, wait, first off, I do have to say, Proud Liberal said I need some Tommy right now. Let's go, thank you. And wow, it's fancy dropping some dimes. I got to catch up on the donos. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys. So yes, so now we have a fracture within the fracture because you had this MAGA movement and then Charlie Kirk gets blown away and Erika crops up and there's a fracture, okay? And the fracture begins with 𝗙PUSA and what happened to Charlie and the fight for power in 𝗙PUSA. And then Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson are like opposite these guys. And so now MAGA's fracturing, but now everybody was sort of united. There was a Candace camp and there was a 𝗙PUSA camp. But now 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗃 is one of the people who says, you know what? I'm done with Candace. I'm sorry. Like Candace is, I can't do with Candace anymore. So now we have another fracture that is not Candace and not 𝗙PUSA. So something's going to slide in here and fill this void. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be Nick Fuentes. I don't know if it's going to be Tucker. I don't know if it's going to be somebody else. But something is about to happen, guys. Okay? It is another sort of separation because 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗃, like, he's not going to suddenly become an Erika Kirk 𝗙PUSA fan. I think, you know, it's just creating more internal dissatisfaction. Candio's viewers have been at war. See, I'm not surprised. Okay? Candace Owens fucked up, bro. She fucked up. She like had this. She had it. She had a segment dialed. Like, I'm telling you right now, if she hadn't met with Erika Kirk in private and done that shit, maybe she even gets away with the Mitch Snow thing. And now to answer, I saw Natalie asked, so Mitch Snow was that really boring, supposedly special forces guy with the flag behind him that we watched that video the other day. And he's some random, like, ex-military guy with a shady, like, past of how he's treated women and being sort of a deadbeat. He's like some shady dude with questionable credibility who went to a military base and said he saw Erika Kirk there with a congressperson like 2 days before Charlie got shot. So he is somebody insinuating that Erika Kirk and this congressperson are, you know, the U.S. government is in on Charlie Kirk's hit with Erika Kirk, okay? And so like, she's really jumped the shark with that one. Yeah, he tells stories like growing grass, boss. Oh my God. Yeah, if anybody needs a refresher, I'm going to say this, guys. This is actually one of my funniest videos. It's this video right here. This one. Okay? This video right there. Dude, it's a hilarious video. This interview proves Candace Owens is grifting. The video is funny. I'm on. My commentary is hilarious. But the whole Mitch Snow thing is right there. Okay? And we did make it to the end of his story. It was very anticlimactic, though. Right? The whole story was a brick free throw. But I'm funny as shit. Okay? I'm funny as shit. And then I did put him in a short as well. Right? I think I made a couple shorts about him. But anyway, let's read this 𝗙𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 thing because this is significant, guys. Okay? Look at this shit. This is a long sort of like letter to the editor coming from a former TPUSA contributor who said, you know what? I just can't do the 𝗫𝗫𝗃 thing anymore. And it says, good morning, everyone. I wanted to get on here to say something, and I know I will open myself up to thousands of hate comments for it. That is okay with me. What I want to let you all know is that after a great deal of thought and conviction, I can no longer support the direction of Candace Owens' investigation. I have always been interested in a possible alternative narrative to Charlie Kirk's assassination. I have likely been her biggest supporter on Twitter, sharing her clips and watching her show every day since Charlie Kirk's death. Many of her questions, concerns, and criticism I have agreed with. In fact, virtually all of them until Mitch Snow. While watching Mitch share his testimony of what he allegedly saw at Fort Huachuca, everything felt off about it to me. I began to dig into Mitch Snow myself and immediately came across red flags. Now, I don't want to agree. I don't want to agree with Evan Kilgore here because I think all of these MAGA shitters are trash degenerates. But guys, I felt the same thing. I felt the same thing. There was something about, like, you know, it was almost like I don't support Candace, and I think she's a lying grifter, but I at least was supporting her, like what seemed like a very viable fracturing of the MAGA coalition. But when I watched that Mitch Snow thing, I was like, dude, now she is just like making shit up in an outrageous sort of over the top way. That's not even believable. Like she's not even going to be able to continue fracturing MAGA if she continues this shit. Because it was like one step away from like aliens landed and fucking pulled Charlie Kirk like out of a mini fridge at the local arcade. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it was just, what are we doing? You know, I mean, it was boring and soap opera and bad writing and not believable. And the whole thing just sort of reeked of like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, what is, I don't know. Something about it was like, wow, like she is really, you know, going off the deep end, you know what I mean? And again, I don't like Candace Owens. I don't, dude. I don't. She's a degenerate grifter extraordinaire. But I did back her, you know, I did back her destruction of MAGA. And now I don't know what's going to go on. So we'll see. But so now Evan goes on to say, I simply voice my concerns that Mitch may be lying to Candace, and was immediately met with hundreds of hate replied, and even Candace Owens herself condemning me, looking into his past and who he says he is. That immediately felt like maybe there was some legitimacy into looking into if Mitch could be considered a credible source. So I reached out to several of Mitch's former partners and friends to verify the story that Mitch is telling to the world about who he is and the serious accusations he is making about who and what he alleges he saw. 2 nights ago, they responded to me and shared dozens of messages, stories, and debunked many claims Mitch has made. They even provided me with a police report about an active case against him. Mitch, on all accounts of everyone who knows him personally, including his own family, is a compulsive liar, manipulator, abuser, victim, and all-around fraud and horrible human being. He is a psychopathic narcissist, I believe, in the true sense. After sharing what those in his life told me about him, I have been met with thousands of hate comments completely smearing me and making the most vile accusations against me I have ever seen. Okay? I know this is not Candace directing her followers to say these things, but it is the culture she's created, and I cannot support it. She is not responsible for the behavior of her followers, though. In the past 48 hours, I've been accused of being paid off, being a pedophile, getting the call, being a Fed, being a CIA asset, and many more things. Do you all realize how insane and delusional you're getting? for merely questioning and looking into Mitch Snow as being honest about who he saw? Do you not see the irony, hypocrisy here of how you're behaving when people ask their own questions and do their own investigation? Some of you are not actually interested. Excuse me. Sorry. Some of you are not actually interested in the truth and are interested in your confirmation bias. Many have spoken out about Mitch, not because they're paid, but because his story is falling apart and heaven felt right about him. I mean, dude, you could watch him for 5 minutes and know that that guy was a bullshit artist and not even a good one, okay? Dude, Dance Party Gold, did I read your comment link? I did not. Let's go. But yeah, dude, it only took a few minutes to see that, like, dude, this guy is a con, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's a major con. All right. Dance Party Pine Box. Let's go. There it is. There it is. 30 minutes. Let's hit it. It's not a conspiracy. Mitch is just likely a fraud like he always has been. And people are cautioning Candace. Now, remember, guys, this Mitch guy concocted this story about going to Fort Huachuca, and he sees Erika Kirk and a congressman, and he's getting paid like 150 grand, guys. Candace Owens leveraged her cult-like 5 million YouTube followers to start a give, send, go for this guy. And this guy is making like more money for coming up with this cockamamie story than most Americans are going to make in the next 2 years. Okay. So there is a financial incentive here, right? And that's troublesome because that means there's going to be more. There's going to be more Mitch Snows. Okay. It says, it's all right. He says, it's not a conspiracy. Mitch is just likely a fraud like he's always been. And people are cautioning Candace. I know she truly believes she is onto something, and it is okay to disagree with her on this one. I do not believe Mitch Snow is the lead we should be trusting. His story is falling apart. People he claims to have seen are providing alibis, and his past screams that he is a habitual liar looking for attention. I know it's hard to accept, and many of you won't. I also know many of you, likely thousands, will hate on me for this and continue to hurl accusations and criticism of me. I know the risk of speaking up and have known many of you could turn on me for disagreeing with Candace on something. But as of now, I do not support where Candace is headed and caution her to prayerfully take heed to some of her biggest supporters' concerns about Mitch Snow and provide more public evidence about his past, the government cases against him, and the alleged cartel members trying to harm him that will allow more to believe what he's told her. God bless. And then he goes on to say, I would also like to address the claims that I've been paid off or got the call. Many of you know I was a former 𝗙PUSA ambassador. I loved it at the time. It was an unpaid association with 𝗙PUSA where I would share their content, and sometimes I would get to speak at campuses and shared the story of me getting fired as a way to stand up against cancel culture. I love my story of getting fired for a silly costume day party at work, and it is what inspired me to speak up about my political views. But this is just ridiculous now. Some of you are so far deep, you cannot accept the light of day, I'm afraid. This week, I've had hundreds of people accuse me of getting paid by 𝗙PUSA, Polymarket, Erika Kirk, Andrew Colvett, Laura Loomer, Alex Jones, and others to condemn Mitch Snow. Some of you are even saying this is how I'm affording the family vacation that has been planned for months that I'm currently on. Now, I find it interesting though, guys, here. I do find this paragraph interesting because why is Evan Kilgore tagging, right? Why is Evan Kilgore tagging these people? And, you know, like, I think it's interesting that he's basically tagging a whole bunch of bigger, like, paid right-wing influencers because 𝗙PUSA and Colvett and Erika Kirk and Laura Loomer and Alex Jones, they're all getting like moolah to toe the, like, you know, I mean, they're all getting moolah from the right wing, like, evangelical billionaire pipeline. Okay. Right. You know, it's like that. I find that interesting. Some of you are saying this is how I'm affording the family vacation that has been planned for months that I'm currently on. It's absolutely ridiculous. None of this is true, and it's pure cope. Nobody has ever paid me to post about Candace Owens, her investigation, or Mitch Snow. I simply believe Mitch Snow is a fraud after everything that is coming out and what his family is saying about him. I am not a Fed. I am not a CIA asset. I am not paid. I didn't get the call. Again, I'm sorry if you believed otherwise, and you are welcome to hate on me for disagreeing with Mitch Snow. All right. And so there's the giant diatribe. Okay. That, and dude, have they dug up all of his posts related to Polymarket? So at the end of the day, we don't know which of these guys are getting paid. And many of them are. We don't know who's really getting paid. Okay. But I will say this, though. I think for me, the thing that I find hilarious about this is this part right here. Okay. Where is it? It is this. Okay. I think this is the most illuminating section right here. In the past 48 hours, I've been accused of being paid off, being a pedophile, getting the call, being a Fed, being a CIA asset, and many more. Which is like, this is where Maga is roosting right now. Where Maga is so extreme. Like, their extremeness has developed an extremeness. Okay. Trumpism is extremism to begin with, because Trump is the only voice of truth. Everything Trump says goes. Everything Trump does is genius 4D chess. Trump is like an agent of Jesus and here to save America. So Trumpism is like whacked out extremism. But then a faction of Trumpism has hopped out of Trumpism and has moved even further into the extremism camp, which is now Trumpism is like part of the deep state, essentially. And if you're not on board with that faction of the far right, you are like a CIA asset, you're Mossad, you're a Fed, you are being paid off, you are, and right? It is like they are now branched off to either you believe Trump is Jesus, or if you don't believe the people who are disavowing Trump and believe he's part of the conspiracy, now you are a paid intelligence operative. You are like the deeper state, okay? Dude, I mean, it is wild. So what I wonder about now is where's Evan Kilgore going? Okay, because he's no longer supporting Candace's investigation, which means now his content is going to be sort of maybe debunking Candace's investigation. I highly doubt he's going to stop commenting. And that's why I'm so intrigued about him tagging all these people, because you notice he didn't tag Polymarket, but he tagged all the like Trumpies and the TPUSA people. So it is possible that Evan Kilgore is not getting paid, but it's possible that he wants to get paid, right? That he's fishing for a paycheck. Like, hey guys, I really loved being a TPUSA contributor, and it was like an unpaid thing. But now, like, Candace Owens is really going over the line, guys, because she is now putting these fake people out there. Hey, TPUSA people, right? I no longer support Candace Owens, right? Because word on the street is you guys are dropping millions on buying everybody dude, I think he's looking for a return to TPUSA paycheck, boss. That's what I think he's looking for. I think he wants a paycheck. Okay? Oh, dude, Roe, a creator who had Mitch's son on the show, meant to discredit him and Candace. He ended up saying Mitch was there. They are all likely grifting as a team. Yes. No, I saw something about that, Road. Let's go. Thank you. I saw something about that where Candace had mentioned, oh yes, his son, like, credited, actually ended up like supporting Mitch Snow. See, my thing about this though is the story. Watch it. I am a storyteller, guys. Okay? I am a storyteller. You've seen me in action. You see me in action every night. Storytelling. Okay? There is a grace you have when you're telling a story that you have seen, that you've actually witnessed, that you've been there. There is a like a casualness with which you can tell a story when you've actually experienced it. I mean, look at the difference between a reporter asking Obama a question about his behavior and a reporter asking Donald Trump a question about his behavior. When you're telling the truth, you don't have to struggle with your explanation of your story because it's something you lived. It's stored in your memory bank. It is just, you can tell it 1,000 times. And there is a natural ease with which the story emanates from your body. Even if you're not a good speaker, the details and the way you unfold it, it's like you're relating an experience. I can tell you right now, I have not looked into Mitch Snow's background. I have not checked this guy's whatever, family history. And I'm not making judgments on who he fucked or fucked over or whether he is an abuser. I am saying simply from watching him, he was not relaying a story that he lived. Okay? He was not relaying a story that he lived. He was relaying a story, but he was not relaying a story that he experienced and was recalling from fucking memory. There's not a chance that story, he was all over the place. It was like he didn't even have a purpose with the story. You know what I mean? He was simply there like trying to put together a series of scenes to basically, like, he could have literally come on there and said, I went to Fort Huachuca to look up some stuff from my past, and there was a really weird vibe there, and I saw Erika Kirk come out of a building with a congressman. And I know you're not going to believe me, and I didn't even realize it until I saw her on the news, but man, I'm telling you right now, like, this shit is like blowing my mind, okay? He could have, in 2 minutes, related that story with every detail, but he didn't. He started with this whole thing about the drug cartel and creating a narrative of a 35-year NDA, which is like, what is the point of that? It's completely unrelated exposition that has nothing to do with what he saw. It was a story designed to establish him as some type of an authority that has been, under suspicion of the U.S. government. So it was kind of like making him, like giving him like some sort of whistleblower status. And then he was ambling around, like he didn't even know what GSA meant. Okay, this guy's supposedly special forces, and he doesn't even know what the Government Services Administration like stands for. Just not believable. Okay, if that guy was a witness on a stand in a criminal case, I would walk in and I would fucking like kneecap him. In 5 minutes, I would have every person on the jury being like, this guy is a fucking liar. Okay? It would literally, any lawyer worth of salt could look at that guy and be like, oh my God, you would eat him for lunch. Okay? You would eat him for lunch. It would be so easy. And so the thing about that is like, what became painfully obvious was this. In that moment, when I saw him talking and I saw Candace Owens just giving him the floor, you could tell that Candace Owens had not interrogated this guy. Okay? Candace Owens had not done any due diligence of like making sure that this guy was legitimate. It was like this guy had something that could create another conspiracy, and she was like, I'm going to put him on the air. And then whenever he really fumbles, I'm going to get up there and I'm going to say what he means. Okay? And yes, something was going on. Something was up with that shit. It was very, very not, I don't know. It was very drawn out. It was, you know what it was, guys? It was padding. Okay? It was padding. You see this. We do it on YouTube. Sometimes you have a video that is like 7 minutes and 45 seconds, and you need 8 minutes so you can put ads in it. And so you find 15 seconds of something, you throw a clip in there or something at the end, some unrelated tag just to get yourself over the 8 minutes. And her thing was literally felt like it was just padding. It was literally just, let's get somebody on here that's going to chew up the hour, that's going to interject some other stuff, that's going to create some more controversy. Like, she is running out of daily bits to piece with the Charlie Kirk thing. It's become her bread and butter. You know what I'm saying? And so it was absolutely like something about it was not right. Okay? I mean, my spidey senses were like, dude, this guy is not believable. Okay? He's not a believable witness. You know? Yeah, you don't think she knows how to transition out of it? Because, well, so she's in a pickle. Okay? She's in a pickle because she can't transition out of it, guys. Okay? She can't. You know why? Because she had that secret meeting with Erika Kirk. And that's why she cannot transition out of it. Because if she transitions out of it, it just looks like she got paid off by Erika Kirk. And if she doesn't transition out of it, she has to put any nut job on her show that's going to tell some story that implicates people from 𝗙PUSA. So she kind of got herself into a bind. Like, she should have never had the private meeting with Erika Kirk. That meeting needed to be in public. It needed to be in public on the record. Okay? Her having that private meeting, she fucked herself. And that's what's so bizarre about this is when I wonder, like, what is her long game? Like, how is she not seeing this shit? Like, how is she not seeing this stuff? You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so bizarre, dude. How did she... I don't understand that. I don't understand how after all the hubbub, okay, after all the hubbub about, you know, Blake Neff and the 𝗙PUSA offer for her to come on the show, and she makes a big deal about it. She rides that shit for like a week, and then she takes a secret meeting with Erika Kirk. A secret meeting, you know what I mean? All right, 18 and 12, let's go. Dude, Piggy, all right, we got to become a carnival barker now. Let's nail this dance party, guys. 18 and 12 minutes. We can do this. We got to summon the dance party gods. But yeah, man, that meeting with Erika, bro, that was bad because it just looks bad on all fronts because she meets with Erika and now she's implicating Erika, which makes her look like she's out to get Erika, but she's implicating Erika with somebody who's not a believable source. So then it's like, well, now she's letting Erika off the hook while continuing to stir the controversy. You know, I mean, and she can't disengage now. She is fucked. She is. She cannot disengage. She is trapped. She has to keep riding this out. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's a big rift. What did she think was going to come out of that? I have no idea. Like, and I think, though, the meeting with Erika and all this shit and doing it in secret, I think it's just a confirmation, guys, that Candace is not as thoughtful as people think she is. People think Candace is like sitting there day after day, putting the pieces of this story together and really working hard to figure out Charlie's murder like some type of investigator, but she's not. She's literally waking up and getting an email from a viewer and then creating a show around that email and incorporating whatever she has into it. Oh, here's the 10 lies they told, or oh, Egyptian planes, and here's a spreadsheet of Egyptian planes, right? She's literally just flying by the seat of her pants, the same way that, like, I wake up every day and look at the news and I'm like, what am I going to cover today? She's doing the same shit, okay? She is waking up and she gets an email and says, oh, we're going to talk about this today, right? She is trying to vibe off the audience and feed the audience. A lot of her stuff is coming from audience tips, okay? And that's not going to go anywhere. All right, let's go. 9 minutes, baby. We need 18 in 9 minutes. All right, let's secure this dance party, and then we're going to go deep. Dude, we got to look at Trump. Trump is a disaster. I want to look at a little bit of Erika Kirk. I want to look at, there was some other shit that people put in the Discord that was interesting about the Julie K. Brown thing. I know Brian Tyler Cohen talked about that, but Julie K. Brown, the reporter who cracked the Epstein case, had a pretty bizarre discovery today. Erika said, stop. Oh, Magnolia girl, let's go. All right, we need 17 in 8, baby. Let's do this. Oh. Yeah, no, Candace she's in a bind, guys. She is in a bind. And yeah, I honestly, I have no idea. I don't think she's thinking. I don't think she's thinking. I think she is just vibing from one lead to the next. All right. Let's go. You're hitting some top shelf. All right. Dude, gig tax. Let's go. There we go. 16. Oh, we're almost there. 16 in 7. We got this. Baby. ICE was compared by Bush to a major military branch. I mean, it's funded like a major military branch. Dude, this is wild though, guys. Okay, this is crazy. And now there's like all this rifting, okay? There all this rifting. Let's go. So Little Furrow, let's go. And Nick Shirley, let's go. And Sheila, 17 and 8, let's go. There we go. Dude, now we're down to 14 and 6. Let's go. Nick Shirley is in the stream title, right? And guys, the Nick Shirley thing in Minnesota, that's more bullshit. Dude, that investigation into fraud in Minnesota has been going for 10 years, okay? The media's reported on it. It escalated to a federal investigation like several years ago. It has been an ongoing thing that they have been uncovering for years. And that 𝗙𝗙𝗍𝗍 guy just went to some childcare places during Christmas vacation, mind you, and created some fucking content that is getting heavily pumped on Elon's thing that is more of the right-wing anti-Somalian, anti-immigration narrative that is designed to try and attack Tim Walz, create some conspiracy theories around Melissa Hortman, and try to give them a foothold in the 2026 elections. But it's like, dude, all right, you came in the very last 5 minutes of the movie and are now telling everybody you discovered the movie. Like, nah, you didn't. Dude, what a bunch of fucking weirdos. All right, 14, guys. It is go time, baby. So sick of the racist bullshit. I'm just sick of the fraudulence, the posturing, okay? Like nothing the right wing does is based in genuine like achievement or genuine discovery. They are just constantly repackaging things based on, you know, some sort of predestined narrative, okay? Right? You know, it's like the difference between, you know, investigating a situation and making a discovery versus having your thesis, like having your final statement, right? You already have your video planned and now you're just going to go shoot shit to tell the narrative that you've already written. It's, you know, two very different processes, right? If you're making a video where you've uncovered fraud, you can go out and shoot 20 pieces of content. Oh, let's go to the daycare center when there's a guarantee there's going to be no children there, like an hour before it opens during Christmas break. And then say, hey, wow, there's no kids here, right? You know, I mean, if I went to a school at 9 p.m. and fucking started banging on the doors, or if I went to school at 5 a.m. at dawn's first light and was like, why are there no kids in this grade school? Be like, not exactly breaking news. Oh shit, dude, 3 minutes, baby. We're down 3 minutes, 14. Dude, we're down to the wire. It's fodder for incels. I mean, you know, it's more narrative, right? They're building an anti-Tim Walz Somali narrative. They're trying to smear Tim Walz here in the beginning of 2026, right? That's what they're doing. And guys, you know what I really think it's related to? They don't use evidence to reach conclusions. They draw conclusions first, and then they try to find things that look like evidence. Exactly, Game Shark. That's it. But guys, I can tell you in 2 words what this is about, okay? In 2 words, guys. You ready? I mean, right here, dude. Mike Lindell, okay? What happened last week, guys? Mike Lindell announced, I am officially running for governor of Minnesota. There you go. Boom. That is why 𝗙𝗙𝗍𝗍 was hired to go make this piece, to go make a thing. Somalia, Tim Walz knew about it. Tim Walz is dirty. He's a fraudster. He killed Melissa Hortman. Let's create a whole smear campaign. Why? Because Mike Lindell is running for governor. Okay? Dude, hypermobile, let's go. I mean, dude, this is a campaign to try and damage Tim Walz in hopes that they think Mike Lindell can somehow win this governorship. Dude, Pinky Parker, let's go. Dude, Quark, Republicans are going to defeat themselves at this rate. Yes, let's go, guys. We have 1:45. All right, we need 10. Holy shit, dude, in 1:45. I don't know if we do it, guys. We need 10. This is crazy. We need 9. Hypermobile, let's go. It's going to be the craziest 1:45. Hey, oh, hey. Right? Dude, let's go. All right? Dude, let's go. Here it is. Oh, shit. Happy holidays from Allie. Let's go. All right, guys, 1 minute. We need 8 in 1 minute. Dude, there's no way. There's just no way, dude. We are gonna fucking, oh, there's no way, boss. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, this is all about Mike Lindell, right? It is. Dude, it is Mike Lindell. All right, he's running for governor, and that's it. That's what they're doing, okay? 30 seconds. Dun, 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 dun. You can't have any money after those lawsuits? Yeah, I mean, he's going to get funded by some fucking super PAC, right? These guys aren't spending their own money, right? This is, if anything, this is a way for him to dig up money. 15, 14, 13. All right. We'll just we'll reset. Dude, we got so close. Elmo will fund him. Yeah, dude, Elmo will. But, dude, oh shit, you were on a call, pony up. Let's go. 13, 7 more. And there it is. Oh, it was so close, dude. Let's go. From your cat Pixie to Merry Christmas. All right, let's go. Dude, we're so close. We'll fucking reset it. I'll just make it longer and we'll fucking see what happens. All right. Good effort. Good effort. So yeah, dude, I hold on. Let me fucking tweet this real fast. All right. Dude, PGA Betty, let's go. Hold on. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, what is this guy? This guy doesn't know anything. He's just a Trump sniff, right? There we go. Dude, let's go. Oh my God, 𝗙𝗏. Dude, you're crazy, 𝗙𝗏. Oh shit, and he's even punching. Dude, look at that. That is amazing. Oh my God, dude. I love that he's fucking punching, dude. It is like a punching fucking hippo, bro. That thing is amazing. Oh my God, what is that called? That is fucking incredible. All right. Let's go, dude. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Gig Tax. Let's go. Dude, 𝗙𝗏, you're crazy. Oh, I love it. Dude, the treasure hippo. I love it. So the thing about this is this J, I don't know what that fucking J is. I mean, I don't know. It's a Jesus, like whatever. I missed two before those. I got Gig Tax. Oh, I missed fucking, I missed that one, dude. Martine, let's go. I'm back from the wilds of tropical what is 𝗙𝗏? Is that Queensland? Right? Is that what QLDD is? Let's fucking go. All right. All right, here we go. Let's go. Yeah, that I'm telling you guys, this is what the 𝗦𝗂𝗽𝗓𝗍 shit is right here, dude. This is the 𝗦𝗂𝗍𝗍 shit, right? A sticker too. Oh shit. Oh fuck. All the way back, dude. There's a hypermobile one. Thank you. Thank you. And a 𝗙𝗏 sticker too. An incredible 10. Let's go, 𝗙𝗏. Thank you. All right. Appreciate that, boss. Thank you, Bradshaw. Okay, sorry, I was tweeting, but guys, this is a Hail Mary. Okay, this 𝗦𝗂𝗽𝗓𝗍 thing, and we're gonna look at the 𝗦𝗂𝗓𝗍. We're gonna look at the 𝗦𝗂𝗓𝗍 video that he cobbled together, and Destiny came in and did a little bit of investigative work. A lot of people have been talking about this because they made something that, of course, was lurid and aggressive and, you know, their normal sort of like right-wing harassing nature. But I'm telling you right now, guys, there has been a fraud investigation, okay? If we look at the timeline of daycare fraud investigation, it's been like 10 years, okay? In Minnesota, if you just look it up and you go to AI mode and we look at this shit, okay? Here's a timeline, okay? They started seeing red flags in 2011 and they created an inspector general, okay? Then in the 2014 to 2017, they had their first major conviction, arrested some people. Okay, then they had a whistleblower that said there was a pattern going on. Then they started investigating terrorist funding. Okay, then they started looking into the COVID fraud, and the federal investigation began in 2022. Okay, so during Biden's administration, they elevated this shit to the federal level. Okay, so now there's like 60 active investigations, okay, many of which started years ago, okay? And now, so Nick Shirley comes in at the very end of this and creates some content, and then Elon pumps the shit out of it on Twitter, right? It gets the full bot treatment. And now they're like, oh, he should get a Pulitzer. This guy should like whatever, incredible citizen journalist. Why is the mainstream media not fucking like reporting on this? But guys, the mainstream media has reported on this. These cases have been reported on. And in fact, this Nick Shirley kid uses some mainstream media sources in his little content piece. But again, the entire thing, guys, is about Mike Lindell, okay? They want to make Tim Walz vulnerable in the governor's race, okay? Tim Walz said he's running again for governor, and they're running Mike Lindell. And so they're going to try to build a conspiracy theory to have Melissa Hortman's death right there, that they've already, the propaganda has been Tim Walz appointed the guy who shot Melissa Hortman. So now they're going to say, I'm telling you right now how this is going to come out. They are going to start a specific conspiracy theory that says Tim Walz was allowing this daycare fraud to put money into the Democratic Party, and Melissa Hortman found out about it, and she was going to blow the whistle, and so Tim Walz had her killed to cover up this fraud that is all about funneling, you know, Medicare funds through the Somali daycare centers into Act Blue to support Democratic nefarious activities. And that's the story that you're going to see coming. I guarantee it. You're going to see this on Twitter within the next 3 months. You're going to see people start piecing this together. A lot of them will be random accounts, right? That like, oh, some bot account that puts it together and it gets tweeted. And that's the story they're going to run with. And why? Because they're trying to give Mike Lindell a chance at winning the Minnesota governorship. They want to flip a blue state. Minnesota, Illinois, New York, Chicago, right? New York, Elise Stefanik dropped out. After Mamdani won, they realized, nope, they're not winning New York. New York's off the table. Illinois, J.B. Pritzker is untouchable. They are heavy after California, and they are heavy after Minnesota right now, okay? Because if you win one of those states, right, it significantly increases your chances of a permanent electoral win, okay? Dude, it's pretty crazy. You know what I'm saying? Right? It is pretty crazy. You know? So yeah, that's it. That's it, guys. I mean, this is like their playbook is really, it's really a one-trick pony. Okay, they did this shit with Jay Jones, and they had everybody in Portland. Ooh, the left wing is violent. Jay Jones is violent. Jay Jones is gonna hurt your kids like Antifa is blowing up things in Portland. Portland's burning. And then Jay Jones won, and Portland, you notice as soon as Jay Jones won that election, that all the reporting in Portland just literally stopped. The day Jay Jones won, like all of the influencers left Portland, and there has not been a single report about Portland burning since Jay Jones won that election, because Portland burning was about Jay Jones is violent. And then, you know, you remember the girl who got hurt on the train in North Carolina, Arinya, the woman who got attacked by that guy on the metro in North Carolina? Mark my words. As soon as the Senate campaign comes up, if Roy Cooper runs for Senate, you're going to hear nothing but Arinya. That is going to come up. Oh my God, the Democrats let this guy stab a woman on the train. It is like, dude, their playbook is so fucking transparent, boss. Their playbook is so transparent. Now, there is another angle to this, okay? And the other angle to this is money, okay? Because, you ready? even if Mike Lindell doesn't win, even if Mike Lindell doesn't win shit, okay? If he has I don't think he has a chance to win, but he's going to raise a ton of fucking money if they are trying to mobilize all of the rednecks in Minnesota, all of the MAGA in Minnesota to fight Tim Walz, who's committing murder and fraud for the Somalis, right? That's a huge moneymaker. Even if Lindell loses, they're going to ride this to the bank. They are going to raise millions because of all the people thinking, oh my God, Tim Walz is murdering people for the Somali Muslim takeover of Minnesota. Like, let me give you my money. Dude. I mean, these guys are just such fucking scuzzbags, dude. They are. Every single one of them is a fucking scumbag, okay? Every one of them, bro. Their whole existence is the bullshit fake narrative. You know what I'm saying? It is some bullshit fake narrative. It's a Hail Mary, guys. So let's watch the Nick Shirley video. All right. It is a Hail Mary, is what it is. Is they are like the Republican Party in Minnesota has their whole team in the end zone. They're like, fuck it, dude. Let's just launch one up. But I swear, you're going to see it. You are going to see it. It is going to be Tim Walz is working with the Somalis to defraud Medicaid and put that money into Act Blue to, like, for the Democrats to do their underground woke harmful business. And Melissa Hortman found out about it. And so Tim Walz called to have her killed. And oh my God, if Tim Walz wins again, Minnesota's going to become Sharia law. Okay? I'm telling you right now, I will bet my fucking house that it's going to be like weeks before we see that fucking narrative, boss. I'm telling you right now, that shit is on its way, dude. It's just so, it is just so like predictable. It is so fucking predictable. All right. Let's look at what was Tim Walz's last election. Let's see, look at the election. What were the election results in the last Minnesota gubernatorial election? And so Tim Walz won 52%. Okay? So look at that, guys. Right? 52%. That was, right? That was, there you go. That's all they need is 10%. If they can chip away 10%, guys, and beyond that, it's motivation. Okay, guys? The other thing that the Republicans have is there's no Trump on the ticket. The motivation is dead. Republicans are upset about, Epstein and all this. So they're going to create a reason for people to go to vote. Okay? And the way they're going to try to drum up, right? The way they're going to try to drum up getting people to show up to vote is they're going to create some sort of life or death. Okay? Some sort of life or death situation where you gotta vote. If you don't go vote, you're gonna be dead. You're gonna, like the Muslims are gonna Sharia law your ass. So you gotta vote. It is life or death. You better show up, right? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to find a life or death situation to make sure that people show up because they don't want to get their clocks fucking clean, boss. But again, the timing of it, I don't know. Big Epstein distraction. I don't think it's going to really do much. They are going to rake a bunch of fucking money. They are going to make a bunch of money. Okay? You know what I'm saying? They're going to make a ton of fucking, Lindell's going to raise a bunch of money. Right? But yeah, all right, let's look at his video though. All right. Dude, this guy is kind of fucking brain dead. But all right, here's his video. Dude, I don't know if I'm watching the whole thing, but we'll fucking watch a little bit of it. All right, again though, right? It says right here, here's the full 42 minutes of my crew and I exposing Minnesota fraud. He didn't expose fraud. This shit has been under investigation for years. He didn't discover something new, okay? And what's more is we don't even know if the places that he went to here are part of the fraudulent ones. They may very well be, okay? But he did go during Christmas break, okay? During Christmas break is not really when you're going to be finding a lot of like childcare, you know? And again, there isn't evidence or contact. It's more, or context at all. It's more like he shows up and he's like, let me in, like being threatening, and they close the door on him, of course. I mean, if there was any daycare or even daycare adjacent business and some crazy guy comes with the camera crew saying, where are the kids? Where are the kids? Let me in. I'd slam the door in their face too, right? Like, who the fuck are you, dude? Right? And he can't even talk well.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question, are there children? There's no children inside this building.
Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota.
Dude, he can't even speak. Potentially the largest fraud in U.S. history. Right?
As literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somaliland fraud.
As literally billions of dollars have been run through Somali fraud. La-di-da.
Businesses. So much fraud, it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as they enabled billions of dollars to be given to
They worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government
businesses underneath welfare purposes.
Now again, guys, here's one of the things I do want to show before I can tell you right now, I'm not watching 42 minutes of this thing, but I will say this. Dude, we have to look up Rick Scott because we have to remember. Now, again, guys, anybody in Minnesota who committed fraud, like, dude, they should be punished, okay? People committing welfare fraud should be fucking punished. We know it happens, okay? We know it happens. Now, I believe the punishment, though, should be uniform. Like, everybody who's committing fraud should be fucking punished. But we have a little problem, okay? We have this Uncle Fester-looking motherfucker named Rick Scott, okay? And this guy committed so much Medicare fraud in the 90s, right? He had a 2003 settlement. The entire 90s, he was CEO of Columbia HCA, a hospital chain that was defrauding Medicare and Medicaid to the tune of billions. And it was so bad that they paid a $1.7 billion fine. Okay? They committed so much fraud that their fine was $1.7 billion. Okay, Rick Scott did this, and he didn't get punished at all. Not only did he not get punished, he's now a senator of fucking Florida and one of Trump's fucking key right-hand men, okay? And it's like, whoa, okay, so if you're a rich white guy who's polishing Donald Trump's knob, you get to become a senator after billions in fraud. A fraud so big that your fine is $1.7 billion. But then they're now going to create some crazy campaign that they try to piggyback deporting Somalian people. They try to use it to sink Governor Walz's re-election campaign. They're going to try to like hammer away and flip seats in Minnesota. They're going to turn this whole thing into a racist jerk-off fest, right? When it's Somalian people. Okay? Again, though, if they find any people defrauding it, I don't care what nationality they are, they should be in jail. Okay, Rick Scott should be in jail. So, hey, man, as long as, I mean, I even tweeted about this, guys. I did. I fucking said it very succinctly, okay? Where I said basically like, what did I say? I said, so now that everyone's willing to punish Medicare fraud, can we fucking go get Rick Scott too? Right? Like, okay, if now you guys are in the mood, you want to put people in jail over Medicare fraud, okay, let's go, you know. Yo, Uncle Festy, come here, fuck nuts. We're gonna put your skinny little fucking emaciated hands in some handcuffs there, fuck nuts. Right? Let's go get this guy, dude. Look at Festy, bro. Whoa. Oh yeah, baby. Dude, he's festering. Ooh, Rick Scott. Ooh, Medicare. Ooh, Medicaid. Dude, he is like Pam Bondi's fucking like secret Nosferatu fucking mystery sex partner. Him and Pam Bondi both look like their skull is trying to escape their facial skin, boss. Jesus. All right. So yeah, I mean, if we're going to do it, let's do it.
Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia like the 𝗙liche𝗶𝗹𝗪, and others enriched themselves all at the US taxpayers' expense. And in this video, we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen.
See, again, though, this is the bulk of the video, guys. The bulk of the video is about, hey, we're going to have the first 2 minutes of this video make a bunch of unverified claims. Yeah, dude, his voiceover, I mean, he can't fucking talk, bro. I don't know if he has a speech impediment or what's going on with this kid, but I saw an interview with him earlier today and he just can't fucking speak. Right? He's got some sort of, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But the video is like, we're going to make a whole bunch of unverified claims and then we're going to confront people and we're going to like, you know, put a microphone in their face and make weird demands. Like, dude, the thing that I saw right off the bat was this black dude. Look at this black dude right here in the second scene.
Hello, we'd like to ask
who's like, oh, this guy.
where the money's going.
Watch this shit.
What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't think anybody is
This
enabling
guy.
fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
When are you gonna hold Governor Walz accountable for this? Oh, dude, like, is that his real voice? When are you gonna hold Governor Walz accountable for this? Dude, I swear that guy is a voiceover, okay? That is a voiceover. That is some fucking bullshit, right? You watch this on Hassan's stream, they're all closed. I mean, guys, we know this shit is just fucking pandering. Okay, we know it is.
And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now.
Who's been doing his own investigation. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Hold on here. All right. So let's go. All right.
Is ground. The people from the state
at the U.S. taxpayers' expense. And in this video, we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is David. Let's get into this and be prepared to be shocked. How deep is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion. How I got involved is that where my office is here in Minneapolis, I'm sort of in the heart of all of this fraud, and I would see these child care centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day. And all I see are a couple of guys standing out front smoking. And then I'd go by another daycare and I'd see the same thing. I said, well,
dude, he's just cruising by daycares. That's what this guy does. He's like, you know, I live in Minnesota and I like to go like peep kids. So I'm driving around looking at all the daycares and I'm like, where are the kids? Dude, like, dude, homie, why are you driving around looking at daycares, boss? Like, let's maybe look into that. Jesus.
Where do these kids play? And so I started to go online and look, and I said, this place is licensed for 80 children. They had 0 children. Every time I went by there, they never had a single child there. Then I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well,
oh yeah, it's like, Somali transportation.
What is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be. And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned.
Dude, does he have the music playing through this whole thing?
Child care center.
Dude, he does. There's like music through this whole fucking thing. Okay, so what do we got here? Dude, I'm definitely not watching this whole thing, boss. All right, so let's see how they count up the fraud here.
They're pulling in about $3 million a year, and there are no children. Every facility as you go to, the windows will be blocked out so you can't see in. There's nobody here. You won't see a single child at any of these facilities.
There are indeed.
Okay, so first off, look at the angle of the shadow. Okay, you see the angle of the shadow, right? Like it is like
no windows. All the windows are blacked out right here. All right, let's go in.
It's locked.
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell? Yeah. Try to get in, rang the doorbell. Nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. it says here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here. And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday.
And if this was a daycare center, it wouldn't just be in some industrialized building. There would be maybe like a playground or something outside, or...
There's no play area for the kids. So where are the kids? Where's anybody?
Dude, it's fucking Christmas break, bro. Right? You know what I mean? And what fucking child care center is that, though? That one is...
Yet
I mean, the windows are blocked. Let's look at it. Dude, Leroy Jenkins, let's go. All right, guys, we need to pony up. We need to hit the fucking... Let's hit that goal. All right, let's look at... Hold on, let's see. So it is...
open right now, and it's a weekday.
And if
See, one thing you notice, though, guys, is look at this shit, okay? Look at how they don't actually show the name. I mean...
Children,
Look at how deceptive this is, though, okay? Because look at this.
facility as you go to, the windows will be blocked out.
Dude,
So you
notice.
can't see in. There's nobody
Notice.
here. You won't see a
They're
single...
setting up the windows will be blocked out. So if it's closed, the windows will be blocked out, okay? Right?
child at any of these facilities.
But notice how they don't show the full name. Did you see that? They didn't show the name, guys.
No windows. All the windows are blacked out.
Everything's blacked out.
All right, let's go in.
They don't show the name, and even when they show the sign again,
the child care center is
they
locked.
don't show the name.
Try to get in, rang the doorbell. Nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. It says
Watch
here
this.
on their sign.
Careful camera work.
Nobody here. And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars. And
they don't show the full name, bro. But let's look at it, though. Let's look it up. 2538 25th Avenue South. Okay? And that is... This one right here. Yep, that's the building. Okay, that's the building. It's called Mini Child Care Center. Oh, you're right. Yeah, well, so the building is painted now, right? It's the same building, it's just they painted over the brick. The brick is painted green, but that's definitely the same building. Okay? Okay? And so there is an active license for this that expires in December. It's got a bunch of violations. Okay, it had a bunch of violations in June, where the children's files, areas used by children was not in good repair. Okay, there is, so it was inspected in June. All right. This is the website for it. So, like, I mean, there's still web presence for this. Okay. And it was last inspected in June. But the building has been painted. So a little Google Maps scenario. So, yeah, with this one in particular, I'm not finding confirmation that it is open or closed, right? Did I miss one? Hypermobile? Let's go, Hypermobile! Let's go! Oh! Dude, let's go. 7 minutes, baby! So somebody said that this one was closed. But how did you confirm that this one was closed? Okay. That's what I'm wondering about. Okay. Because I mean, it's weird because we also had this called the Mayco Child Care Center. All right. Established in 2016. Okay. So it was used to be called the Mayco Child Care Center. Yeah, I mean, there's no way to confirm if it's open or not open. You know what I'm saying? Not that one. Nick shows another one that had been closed by the state and wonders why there's no kids. Well, yeah, I mean, dude, we don't know. We don't know what the story was. Okay? Right? At Minneapolis State website. All right, so let's see. I mean, daycare shouldn't show you the thing. So all right, we have the DHS licensing tool. All right, here we go. There we go. Licensing information lookup. Must be the online search tool. And let's see, what do we need? Oops. Hold on. Better do this. I don't want to pop my address on stream, so let me see here. All right. Gotta be careful here. Let's see. So it was called, what was it called? It's called so 55406. Called Mini Child Care Center. Hennepin County. So their license expires in like 3 days, okay? Right? Brownbird, let's go! All right. Dude, I'm not finding much information. Right? Please watch the actual video. What do you mean by that? Right? What do you mean by that, boss? Sorry, I got to reset. All right, deleting messages. I'm not deleting messages. What I am doing though is this. You ready? Here's what I'm doing. So first off, nobody's deleting messages. It was on Top Chat. So Outlaw Rebel, you can kiss my ass. All right, there you go. Fuck off. Later. All right. Oh, you're full of shit. Oh, sorry. I'm not gonna fucking polish Nick Shirley's knob. Right? All right, let's see what we got. Dude. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, this is the other one. This is the quality center, okay? Let's see this, all right? Here we go.
Here in Minnesota, massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong, and they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. And the strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. If you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working. Midday. Children should be in here, and this place is licensed for 99 children.
We about to fact check this first. If you mess with me, make sure you hit that follow button. Let's get it. What the hell is he talking about? First, the reason why you don't see any kids there on a midday is because they're permanently closed. Which makes me wonder, why didn't you show nobody what it said on that door? And I tried to read it, but you literally blurred it out. Now, the reason why they're closed isn't because of fraud, it's because they're a bad daycare center. I mean, if you was an actual journalist, you would have been able to find all the investigations they had since 2022. Their last investigation was in July. See that all the violations are related to child safety, which is why the facility has been in probation multiple times.
Yeah, see, it's interesting because, right, that, so of course, it was shut down for all the violations. Now, the one we just looked at, this one too, had a bunch of violations as well. So it's entirely possible that this one has been shut down. Okay. But so the thing about this though, guys, is Nick Shirley is not an investigative journalist. Yeah. But the thing about this though, guys, is so for the goal, like we got 13 the first time around and we got 4 this time around. So that's 17. And so I'm just going to fucking, right. We're going to call that like close enough. All right. I'm down with that, dude. We're going to do the dance party anyway. I'm going to provide an exemption. All right. We're going to call 1720 today. Right? Fuck it. Dude. But so he's not an investigative journalist, guys. He's not. Okay. This entire thing, right? This entire thing is really, it is just this, boss. Okay. This entire thing is about Mike Lindell. All right. You know what I mean? I mean, dude, it's like everybody's investigating like Medicare fraud and welfare fraud and all kinds of fraud. I think every state under the sun has fraud investigations going on right now. Okay. And this has been investigated for years. However, there is an election. Dude, Nick's a clown. He is a clown. Let's go, Rev. There is an election coming up in 2026, and the pillow guy is running against Tim Walz, and so they're trying to sink Tim Walz. Okay? That's it, guys. That is exactly what's going on here. Okay? They are trying to sink Tim Walz. They're going to attach this to Tim Walz. But so let's look at the daycares. He goes, hold on. So this one's closed.
That paper up there is a sanctioning paper. I know this because that's one of their violations that they didn't post it up. And if you see the citation, it's about sanctioning and removing licenses, which means that this facility is probably on a conditional license again. And also why they only have 1 star. I would also like to add that it was the Trump administration DHS that actually audited the facility this year. There is no reports that any fraudulent activities were happening. In other words, this man is lying to push a false narrative on Somalis.
See, and the thing is the other one, the other hold on. The other daycare that we looked at, right? The other one he looked at is this one. The first one he looked at was this one, guys. Okay, which also had a whole bunch of violations. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So this one had a bevy of violations back in June, right? So it's entirely possible that this one is closed as well, right? Because of all those violations. So it does, right? It does look like this, right? It looks like, how did he choose which daycares to go to? Okay, right? How did he choose which daycares to go to? I'm sure he looked at all the daycares that had violations, right? Let me find the ones that have a bunch of violations, or let me find the ones that are closed, and let's find them. Let's go around. I mean, this guy was helping him out. This guy alone had all the information. David, he doesn't give us David's last name, though. Did you notice that? Right? They haven't picked up David's last name. He said, I have this guy who's been studying fraud for a year. His name is David. David what? Okay, why didn't you give us David's last name? Right? What is that about?
If any of the buildings are open, here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out.
See again, ABC Learning Center. Hold on, let's go back to ABC Learning Center. Still here, but lurking, always supporting me. Let's go, Marisol! Let's go!
I would like
On ABC Learning Center. All right. ABC Learning Center. This one again has fucking violations. This one literally just had a bunch of violations. Children's records violations. Staff supervision violations. Again, the Minnesotans are smarter than going for the pillow guy. I mean, I would hope they are, but you don't know. We never know. I would hope they are, okay? So, I don't know.
Children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars.
I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door.
Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my...
Dude, I'd like to check out a child in daycare.
my son...
Dude, what a fucking weirdo, bro. What are we doing? I'd like to check out a child in daycare. Oh, I want to bring my son. Hold on.
For my son, I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare.
And after a few questions, the lady went silent.
Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Child Care.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids, and all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I tried to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door.
I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cuz I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah?
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
He's there. Kids there. What's
How
up?
many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Dude, how many? Dude, what is up with the music, bro? There's music in every scene. Oh shit. Now, again, guys, here's a scoop. Is some of these may be fraudulent. Some of them may not be fraudulent. Some of them are quite obviously already closed. Okay? But again, though, this thing is being investigated. It's being investigated by the feds. It has been for the last 2 years. It's being investigated by the state of Minnesota. This guy is not discovering, you know what I'm saying? Like, if there are people that are fraudulent, okay, if there are people that are being fraudulent, I'm hoping they get rooted out and they get fucking slammed in jail. And then I hope we also go back and while we're at it, we grab Rick Scott and put his dumb ass in jail, right? But fucking A, is there fraud of government programs? Absolutely. And should we root it out? Absolutely. But man, dude, they're trying to tie it to Tim Walz. I'm curious where this guy's going, though.
Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
No! You're a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain you everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color.
He said because of your recording, I think, right? She was pointing at his microphone. I mean, dude.
Color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
But
No.
you said you're scared of me because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That.
Oh, now he's playing the white fucking, the white racism card. Dude. Jesus. Yeah, no, this shit is like, I mean, this is how the fucking Pizzagate shit happens. It exactly is. Now, here's the one that is closed. This is the one that's permanently closed. Okay, the Learning Center, right? This one is, thank you to the small amount in here to support me. All right, let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Proud Liberal. Dude, there is, how did it get 100 million views? It's Elon, right? It's Elon, boss, okay? Elon retweeted this shit, and every major right-wing influencer retweeted this shit. So it is literally, it's getting the Tucker Carlson treatment. Remember when Tucker Carlson like first came out with his first episode on Twitter after he got shit canned from Fox, and his first episode got like 200 million views, and they were like, "Oh my God, dude, Tucker is fucking crazy." Now what's wild about this, guys, is if he really wants to do a story about this, I mean, he should go and speak with the people that are investigating this, right? The actual investigators, right? I mean, that would be one of the ways to start, right? You sit down a meeting and say, let me talk to you, the investigators, about this. That would be a good and interesting way to go about it. I mean, going and pounding on the doors. The thing that I have an issue with, right? Here's the thing that I have an issue with is look at their shadows. Okay? Like look at the shadows. Like some of these, there's like fairly long shadows. Like look at how far this woman is away from that building, and her shadow is landing all the way on that building like that, which means like, we know this one is closed. I don't think it's dusk. I think it's like 6 a.m. or some shit. Okay? I think they're there in the early morning hours, right? There's some about this that is like a little weird, right? They're going there at like strange times with a camera crew and knocking on the fucking doors of a daycare center. Now, let me just tell you, if the daycare center is one of the ones that is under investigation, they're probably not going to want to open that door, especially for some random dude wearing a hoodie with the camera crew. And yeah, it's like 5 a.m. Where are these kids, right? We got a camera crew here. We got a guy with a big microphone on in a sweatshirt being like, hey, can I see some kids? Can I come in and look at kids? Which way is east? I don't know. It's either like, it's a very long shadow though. They are not here at like, this is not 11 a.m. This is not 2 p.m. This is either, right? This is either, 6 a.m. or fucking, 4 p.m., like end of day or whatever. But it looks like morning. The quality of light looks like morning because it's got that yellowish, like sparkling light. Okay. Now, this is obviously later in the day. Okay. This is later in the day. The sun is pretty up there. This is probably like 10 in the morning.
Literally, healthcare every door you go to, yet nobody will give you a rate. How much money do you think's been funneled through this building?
Every year, I would say 50 to 60 million at least.
And finally, we were accepted into one of the daycare centers, and they actually took down our information to give us a rate. However, when we left, we were then met with the police.
We received a complaint that gentlemen matching your description were in this building harassing the individuals who stay here.
Oh, we're checking out the rates for healthcare. Because there's 14 healthcare companies inside this building.
Yeah, we're checking out the rates for healthcare with the camera crew, dude. Oh, shit.
So,
okay.
Well, that's not what he said. He said there's 14 companies here, and he's trying to assume because they're Somali providers, everyone here is fraudulent.
Okay. So
he's here with some kind of like propaganda.
No, we're just checking.
There we go. That's there. Now she kind of hit the brass tacks. He's not here looking for healthcare. He is here assuming that all 14 providers, because they're Somali, they're fraudulent. Dude, isn't it funny how she like literally just fucked him up? And yeah, the cops know it. It's pretty obvious, dude, from the beginning, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Area that we're allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance. Is there any other reason that you guys are here?
Well, we were checking rates.
No, he's not.
We were checking rates. We asked for rates.
Oh, yeah, we're checking rates, dude. He doesn't even have a kid, bro. Dude, you know what I want to see right now? I want to see a group of children come out and just kick this fucking kid in the nuts. That's what I want to see, dude. I want to see a group of, like, toddlers come out with small ball-peen hammers and go to town on 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗄𝗎's fucking mumbling fucking nuts, bro. Right? Tiny hammers, bro. Tiny hammers for 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗄𝗎. Oh, Jesus.
Okay. I'm going to have, if you guys are all good, we're going to step outside and we can continue this conversation.
All right, let's leave. So, all right, we're getting escorted out right now.
Yeah.
The police have arrived.
Yep.
We were checking out the rates, seeing what was happening inside this building.
Checking out the rates. Dude, we're checking out the rates. Yeah, you sure are, Nick. You didn't go in there to get some footage to show that all Somalis are bad so you could try to create some propaganda against Tim Walz, right? So you could try to get Mike Lindell elected. You just literally decided, man, I need some health care today. So I really need to go where Somali healthcare providers are. And I'm going to take a camera crew with me in case I forget what the rates are that they quote me. So I'll be able to watch the videotape and remember them later. Like, what a fucking disingenuous fucking piece of shit this kid is.
No one would really speak with us. We did go inside the one daycare center, and she actually did give us rates for childcare. Much respect to that lady. What's the problem?
How is that guy 23 years old, dude? He looks like he's 100, bro.
Sir.
Well, so again, we've been getting reports from multiple individuals that you guys were harassing individuals who work here. At the end of the day, this is private property, and it's one that people are allowed to ask you to leave, and it's also when the Minneapolis Police Department is allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance at this address.
Yeah.
So
as we got escorted out of this building, the Somalis filmed us as we left, and we headed over to the next building that had 22 of the same home health care providers operating from inside.
In advance for certain.
What do you think about the news articles and what's being spread on the news about the fraud?
Right now, you are doing something wrong.
Yeah. But like, so what's crazy though is he's not attacking, like, this is what's hard, okay? Is he's not looking for fraud, okay? He's looking for Somali fraud, okay? Somali fraud. After, like, the U.S. Congress is talking about kicking a Somali woman out of Congress and out of the U.S. for nothing. Ilhan Omar has done nothing. She has broken no laws, and they're trying to boot her out of Congress because they hate Somalis. Donald Trump, literally the president of the United States, has been talking shit about Somalis. Okay? We had a woman screaming the N-word at some Somali people right after Trump does it, and they raise like $200,000 for her. So there's a community of Somali people that are under attack from the U.S. government, right? Donald Trump and all of Maga. And so this guy is like, I'm going to go find any Somali provider in Minneapolis, even if they're permanently closed or even if it's 5 a.m., and I'm going to go bang on the doors and insist that they open up and show me some children. And if they don't, I'm going to portray them as like evil and bad and destructive. And it's specifically targeting Somali people, okay? It is specifically trying to paint Somalis as bad and evil human beings. So therefore, we should send ICE in and handcuff them and tear gas them and drag them out of our country, okay? And dude, that's some fucking bullshit, okay? And he's not being completely honest, okay? He's not specifically looking for fraud in Minneapolis. He's looking for Somali fraud. He's looking for fraud that he can attach to this race of people in order to try and cause harm to a fucking community, you know? Like, bro, what are they doing, man? You know what I mean?
I'm just asking you.
No, you
about
don't
the
have
fraud.
to ask me, okay? Don't ask me that question again.
Okay.
Okay?
Who can I speak to?
Yeah?
Who can I speak to? Okay. As soon as you confront them about the fraud, they get angry.
When these
as soon as you confront them about the fraud, like, they get angry. Dude, about the fraud. What fraud? The fraud that they have been, like, are guilty of? Oh, dude, man, I have a gift of seeing through the BS. I do. Thank you, Cake. I appreciate that. All right? Dude, these guys are fucking, it makes my blood boil a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because
these home healthcare companies, you're seeing them everywhere inside this building.
Because you could go to, like, there's medical buildings all over the place, and they're not going to go into one medical building staffed by white people in this whole thing. Okay? They're only going to the fucking where there are Somali people.
Give an estimate of around $30 million for how much fraud is taking place. That is a very low estimate.
Dangerous to film because of obviously how hostile it is, and as we are exposed.
I never ask.
And now, with upwards of $100 million in fraud, we headed to one more daycare.
He's like $100 million in fraud.
And this one gets a little spicy as we get chased out at the very end. And after this, we'll be heading to the state capitol to confront the incompetent government leaders who have...
Oh, dude, I gotta see the...
102 children here in your child care?
Which child care, ma'am? Is a lot of
Minnesota Child Care right here. It's from the state of Minnesota's website. We're just wondering where the children are.
Where the children are?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding.
It doesn't say they have 102 children. It says they can hold 102 children.
And $2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
No children to be seen anywhere. And there's
Nothing to do with you. with common people walking, and
Yes.
you are...
We're not accusing you. We're asking where the children are at.
Don't ask me anything.
We're not accusing you. We're asking the daycare centers.
I am not going to answer. You have...
Where are the children at?
Leave.
We just want to know where are the children.
Who you work for?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Who you work for?
I work for myself.
Admitted and who.
All right, let's see this crazy guy, dude.
We want to build trust, but fraud is fraud, so why should we be enabling fraud to happen here?
No, I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
Okay, sir.
No.
When are you gonna hold Governor Walz accountable for this?
Sir.
When are you going to hold Governor Walz? No. She is a representative for the state of Minnesota. Yes or no?
Excuse me?
Yes. Are you?
Dude, he's so hostile. When are you gonna hold Governor Walz accountable for this? Dude, where does he get that
If you're
voice?
gonna talk to me like
Are you going
that,
to say to her, I'm a disability advocate?
I heard you, and
get
you got a chance
overstimulated.
to testify.
I get overstimulated. Dude, we're about to fucking overstimulate your ass out to the sidewalk there, homie. Dude, what is he doing? He's... Dude, where do they get these fucking people, bro? Jesus.
But, ma'am, the facts are the facts that fraud is happening here, and it's not a nonpartisan issue. How come you think fraud has been able to happen so much underneath
I think
the
if you've
government
been
here?
listening to our hearings, we've had now 10 hearings on this. And so there's really good data from the people who both work within the administration as well as who, both Democrat and Republicans. I think what you heard today is that the Republicans who control this committee are not actually interested in solving fraud. What they're interested in is telling a story.
This fraud has happened underneath Democrat leader Tim Walz.
Oh, interesting. Dude, you see what she said right there? I mean, we don't see the committee meeting, right? But it's interesting because she said that this committee, which is run by Republicans, are not actually trying to solve the fraud. They're trying to like create a narrative of fraud. But we don't have the committee meeting there. Okay? I mean, that's pretty interesting right there, which is kind of what the Republicans just do in general, isn't it? Okay? They don't really want to solve issues. They want to create a narrative about the issue so they can get some electoral power. But again, he's only there talking about Tim Walz because we know what this is about. This is about Mike Lindell. They're trying to sink Tim Walz.
We've had now 10 hearings on this. And so there's really good data from the people who both work within the administration as well as who, both Democrat and Republicans. I think what you heard today is that the Republicans who control this committee are not actually interested in solving fraud. What they're interested in is telling a story.
This fraud has happened underneath Democrat leader Tim Walz.
There has been Medicaid fraud across the country under Democrats and Republicans. There's fraud within the Trump administration. We have is fraud. Private providers have made government a mark. And so every person running government, Democrats or Republicans, are dealing with the issue of how to keep fraudsters out of our public payment. We're also dealing with veterans. We're dealing with consumers. I hope you're looking at that. If you look at United Health, currently is being charged with defrauding Medicare. You know who runs Medicare? President Trump.
Oh, you look at that. United Health is defrauding Medicare. Rick Scott's company in the 90s, Columbia, defrauded Medicare. But are they going to include Rick Scott in their little expose? No, they're not. Okay? No, they're not.
Medicaid fraud is a 50-state issue. And so, again, it is not a partisan issue.
Dude, she is roasting him, bro. And he's like not even paying attention to her, dude. Look at her. Dude, she is like eating him for lunch, boss. Oh my God, dude, she's doing so good.
There are Democrats and Republicans who are sitting in that committee talking about it. But what you did here was the Republican chair say she's not turning information over to the one person in government who can stop payment. And I hope you print that.
Thank you for coming today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you saw what happened there?
Yeah, we saw what happened there, dude. She fucking shit on you, bro. Like, what are we Dude, it's crazy. Again, guys, I'm telling you, all right, I've seen enough. We know what this is. Now, obviously, here's the deal. Is there some fraud going on in Minneapolis? Oh, of course there is. Maybe even some of those places he went to, if they're not closed, are committing fraud. But this is an investigation that is leveled up for years, and it is not by any means just Somali people in fucking Minnesota, okay? Fraud from the government is an ongoing issue. If we wanted to right now, we could probably go to the Pentagon, which has failed audits for like 20 fucking years, and there is so much fucking fraud in there, like trillions of fraud, okay? There's fraud of money that's going to Elon Musk. There is fraud of, United Health. There was fraud with Rick Scott. I mean, everybody interfacing with the government is trying to defraud the government, and that's a constant fucking battle, okay? It is a constant battle, but this is not a fucking battle. This is a targeted attack, okay? This is a targeted attack on the Somali people that is aimed at kneecapping Tim Walz, okay? It is kneecapping Tim Walz, guys. It is 100% this, okay? Right here. It is Mike Lindell, boss. This is what it is, okay? This is what it is. They are trying to create a PR campaign so Mike Lindell can get some traction in Minnesota. And they want to, of course, they're going to demonize and other the Somalis because that has been Trump's latest target, right? Dude, yeah, she like owned him. But you know what was so crazy about that, guys? That like, I don't know if you noticed it, but during the time that she was speaking to him, like, look at this. Just look at it with the sound off. During the entire time she is speaking to him, he's looking at the camera. He's not even paying attention to her, okay? He's not engaging with her. He's looking at the other people. He's checking the camera, making sure the camera's on him. He's not even taking in what she's saying. He's literally just holding a fucking microphone and like constantly monitoring, making sure where the camera is, okay? But he's not like engaging her where, okay, I've done some research about the way this fraud's being handled. Can I discuss with you? Right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, right? That's fucking crazy, man. Somalis voted for Trump. I'm sure many of them did, right? Like, dude, any minority that votes for Trump, though, is like, man, don't do it, okay? Don't do it. Oh, my God. Dude, look at this. What are these people doing? Unhinged leftist was in the store where Charlie Cook's book was sold, and she was kicking them under the shelves. Good. Good for her, boss. Dude, like, why are they so concerned, bro? Dude, these Charlie Kirk people are so weird, man. You know what I'm saying? They are so fucking weird, boss. Like, oh, okay. She kicked some books under the thing, dude. Yeah, dude, nobody is buying this fucking book. Bro, look at how many copies there are because nobody is buying this shit, boss. You know? Dude, I love it. Oh, that's amazing. Dude, that is premium content, actually. The book kicking, it's creative. All right? Oh, shit. But the one thing we're not going to find in Nick Shirley's like Medicare fraud is any Rick Scott. But again, dude, if there are like people who are defrauding the government, we do need to like root them out. We do, guys. Like it has been a serious problem as long as government has been around, has been like because of the sheer massive size of it. Okay, the way government disbursements work and the government goes to the state, and the state, like, there is so many, like, there's problematic things with the disbursements that have always been an issue. But, like, man, it's really bad in healthcare. It is really bad in the military, okay? In the military, it is, like, so bad. Dude, Ella, let's go. Hope you're doing good, and everyone else, let's go. Dude, Ella, you're crazy, Ella. Let's go. Thank you. And we are doing good. And, guys, just so you know, we did multiple fucking, we did we got 13 on one thing and the timer ran out, and then we got 4 on another, and then we had a bunch in between, so we have gone over 20. The dance party has been confirmed, so we got the thing. But yeah, the military shit has been crazy. And guys, this has been an ongoing problem. When I was a kid in the 80s, there was a big scandal where they discovered that military contractors were selling hammers to the government for like $700. Okay? That has been a thing that is happening. I guarantee you it's happening right now under the Trump admin, where somebody gets a $3 million contract and they literally like charge the government like $50,000 for like a pack of screws or some shit. It is like outrageous. Dude, we've seen it in the Trump admin. They had like his first term, there was some company in fucking Montana that had 0 employees that got like a $10 million contract. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. Okay, so like, yeah, dude, we should have a bipartisan like system of rooting out fraud and eliminating it. But we're not. Okay, we're not doing a bipartisan fucking, like, we can't get any bipartisan group together to fight this shit. Instead, you know, the Republicans are attacking the Somalis. Meanwhile, Trump is looting crypto. He's like looting with his ballroom, the Epstein ballroom. Like, dude, there's so much fraud and corruption just in President Trump's cabinet. You got Jared Kushner being an investor to the Middle East. Witkoff is out there making tens of millions. The president took a $400 million plane from Qatar. Like, come on, bro. Dude, it is just ridiculous. So, man, I say let's clean up all the fraud. Let's get off the Somalian people's backs. Let's clean up all the fraud. Let's be very clear that Mike Lindell is never going to be fucking governor. All right, so you can save your fucking breath with your shit. All right? All right, there we go. That's my fucking take on it. Dude, there, I saw somebody though. You ready? Where's this? Let me show you the thing I was looking at earlier, which was this interview. I saw an interview with 𝗙𝗙𝗃. This one. You ready? So watch this, okay? This was from September, okay? Because 𝗙𝗙𝗃 has a history, guys. Okay, so look at this. This is the same guy back in September. So in September, 𝗙𝗙𝗃 was making videos about Ukraine. And what he did was he was going to parts of the Ukraine, cities that were not being bombed, and he was like filming the city and being like, oh, what are they doing with our money? Because there's not even a war here. But he wasn't directly saying it, he was implying it. And watch this interviewer fucking nail 𝗙𝗙𝗃 to the wall. You ready? Watch this.
So here's the caption you put up. $175 billion goes a long way. This is the capital of Ukraine. You're giving me all this great context. Where's the context in that tweet?
Yeah, if you go look at all the other tweets I put out, there's a lot of context as well.
Oh, so that's backtracking because you had a massive amount of backlash from Ukrainians, rightfully. But why didn't you put that in the original tweet?
Because that wasn't the idea of the original tweet.
Do you understand why people in this country are pretty pissed off with you?
One post does not define everything I did while I was in Ukraine.
Well, I think what you were doing is to try and show that there maybe isn't a war in Ukraine. You were basically trying to ride this sort of Tim Pool grifter type wave, saying, you know, pulling silly faces, smirking at the people of this country, saying, this is where your tax dollars are going. You cannot avoid that. That is literally what you did. Everybody agrees. Everybody in the comments agrees. That's what you were doing. Why can't you admit that?
Because I do not believe by making satire on the internet commits a crime by any means.
He's like, I don't believe doing satire on the internet commits a crime. No one's talking about you committing a crime there, fucknuts. First off, spit that dick out, okay? We can't even understand you. Do you not know how to talk? All right, for starters, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀, like, why do you sound like you're fucking gargling fucking marbles every time you talk, bro? What is wrong with you? And secondly, what he's saying is he's not accusing you of committing a crime, but he's saying that you're a deceptive motherfucker because you are purposely misleading people in order to create some fucking bullshit narrative that you're getting paid to do. All right? Leave all the context out. Fucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Bullshit narrative.
So
going back.
This is a huge revelation. So you were actually doing satire.
In that post.
So it was satire.
Is there anything wrong with satire? I know.
Dude, satire's funny, bro. Oh, shit, dude. Yeah. Dude, let's go. All right. I just wanted to throw that in there because I thought he did a good job of, like, holding his feet to the flame, right? Because, again, that's the 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 play, is I'm only going to show you a piece that specifically implies this thing of the narrative that I'm trying to sell, okay? Like, he doesn't go look where the war is. He goes to where there is no war and says, oh, God, there's not even a war here, right? Yeah, it's real funny to imply that there's no war when, like, 1 million fucking people have died, you fucking piece of shit. I mean, he's lucky that Ukrainians didn't come out and give him the Full Metal Jacket towel fucking treatment, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I bet some Ukrainian families would like to, you know, take a pillowcase with a couple bars of soap in it, go to town on homie, right? Dude. Oh, shit. All right. Enough, dude. I mean, I had to cover this because we got to debunk these guys. Okay? This is more narrative, guys. This is more bullshit narrative. It is, boss. It's bullshit narrative, dude. That's what this shit is, bro. Yeah, he flew to Ukraine. He flew to Ukraine to, right? He didn't pay for the flight to Ukraine. Somebody flew him to Ukraine. Locking us up. Dude, somebody flew him to Ukraine to make, you know, this propaganda. Now, this is not all that distant from what they were paying Tim Pool to do, guys. Right? Remember, Russia paid Tim Pool to fucking make this kind of, you know, anti-Ukraine propaganda too. And they may very well be paying this fucking weirdo as well. Right? Right? Someone with the VP initials, right? That rhymes with tootin'. Right? That rhymes with tootin'. Rhymes with 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 Good old 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 Fucking clowns, bro. Oh, shit, dude. But this is not journalism, okay? It's not. Dude, this shit is not journalism, boss. Oh, but Andrew Tate's going to give him money, dude. Oh, Andrew Tate's like, I'm going to give you money. He's getting the Tate money. See, look at this. If Tim Walz and other officials aren't indicted on fraud, right? Talking to Donald Trump, nothing to do with this story. Yeah, no, I've seen enough Nick Shirley. Put it in Discord, Bradshaw. I'll look at it later. Dude, I've seen enough Nick Shirley, right? I'm going to just cut a video out of that and fucking, oh, 𝗙𝗪𝗎𝗪 𝗙𝗪𝗎𝗪 Oh, fuck, boss. All right, what do we got next? Oh, we got to look at Trump, dude. Dude, something's going on with Trump, boss. Okay? Like Trump is fucked up, bro. The clip that somebody dropped in Discord, what clip is that? Of who? Oh, the Knicks part? Let's see.
Is this
You saw what
really
happened
the
there?
state of Minnesota that we live in? And these politicians are just walking off, thinking it's okay Tuesday, and they want to go visit the Trump, they want to blame the Trump administration. We have Democrats blaming ICE. I'm tired. My people are suffering. I'm scared for my little brother. My people are suffering.
Dude, what the fuck is this, bro? Dude, I can't even watch this, bro. You know what I'm saying? What? Dude, that is just painful, boss. Like, dude, they're suffering. My people are suffering. Dude, thank you for that. Oh my God, dude. Bro. Oh, fuck, dude. But look at this shit, though, guys. This is it, right? Look at this shit. It is right here, though, guys. You realize what this is, okay? This is like, you know, Nick Shirley's video. We got to arrest Tim Walz. We got to deport all the Somalis. But look at this shit, boss. It's right here, guys. It's this. It is like, this is anti-Muslim fervor, okay? It is like a Christian versus Muslim. They want a Muslim cleansing in the United States. There's a very high Muslim population with Somali people, okay? They're trying to eradicate Muslims. They do the same shit in fucking Dearborn. I've been seeing videos in Dearborn of people like, you know, showing like prayer bells or whatever. People are making videos and like, oh my God, 5 times a day we have to listen to this, yada, yada, yada. And this is like, this is more of that white Christian nationalism shit. That is a fucking like chaos part, dude. Thank you, Sonder, for that clip. That was good shit. That is a chaos, like chaos creating, right? It is more of that fucking Christian shit, dude. Oh my God. Dude, that guy though, that guy, that black guy that was with Nick Shirley, like, dude, that guy, I watch him and something happens to my brain chemistry where I just want to like punch like a window out. You know what I'm saying? And you're right, Cash Bags. It is definitely all Arabs and shit, but there is a fervent though anti-Islamic like movement happening here. They're going after Muslims in Texas. They're going after Muslims in Minnesota. They're going after Muslims in New York, in Michigan, right? Every like high concentration of Muslim area is really under the gun right now. You know, they're really under the gun. And part of it, I feel like part of it is to try and renew to try and renew some fervor for Israel, right? Because Netanyahu has made it so nobody wants to support Israel anymore. And so they're like, well, how can we bring people back to supporting Netanyahu is we have to create this massive enemy of these, Muslim people that are trying to take you over. I mean, it's the same playbook they did for trans people. The trans people are going after your kids. They're trying to take you over. They're going to turn everybody transgender for everyone. So we got to do something. And now they're going to do the Muslim for everyone. They're going to Muslim your kids. They're going to write Sharia law is coming. They're going to force you to like yada, yada, yada. And then that, like, what happens is the people then, when they see the government attacking Muslims, the people just look the other way and they let it happen. Nobody fights back against it, like when they start dehumanizing them. And I mean, it's just the Christian Republican playbook, man. Now, what have we seen in the last year since the election? Okay, it started with like brown immigrants, and it was 𝗙ص𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀, and it was like the vermin, and they were called rapists and criminals. Then it went to the Haitians, who were like doing voodoo and eating animals. Okay, then it right? You know what I'm saying? That was like during the campaign, and then it maintained a long 𝗙ص𝗶𝗹𝗀 fucking gang members. They're shipping people that committed no crime to fucking 𝗙ص𝗶𝗄. And so we did that, and that immigration stuff started failing. Now they've switched over to the Somalian people. As soon as the Somalian like loses traction, they will find a next group. Transgender people have been a constant. My God, AmFest, every single speaker threw in some either joke or some comment about like transgender people. Everyone. It was like their whole thing right now. The entire Maga platform is transgender and Muslims and like demons. That's it. It's like a 3-point plan. Transgender, Muslim, demons, like panic. Right? Dude. It's frustrating, man. It is. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to me because there are people that fucking eat this shit up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? There are people that eat this shit up. And that's bothersome. But all right, we're going to pivot though. Pivot. Oh shit, bro. But I would like to see something done about government corruption. And I would like to see that start with investigating fucking Donald Trump and getting into the fucking Pentagon. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, I really think that should be the starting place, because, and then Medicare should be part of that too. Like Medicare, absolutely. I mean, in general, we need some type of system that prevents our government from being defrauded. Because guys, it's not just like Somalian daycare people or even just the Pentagon. I mean, look at what happened with fucking Tate Reeves and Brett Favre. Okay? They moved TANF funds, which was federal money for food stamps. Okay? And right? They moved federal welfare money. The state did, and gave money of that to Brett Favre's college for his daughter to build a gym. So you have governors that are defrauding the taxpayers, and states do this all the time, guys. Okay? States do it all the time. States fucking, will take money from the government for X, Y, and Z, and they shift it over to A, B, and C. That's fraud, okay? Not spending the money you're supposed to spend on Medicaid or not spending the money you're supposed to spend on welfare and moving it, allocating it to other places or funneling it into, nonprofits and, that are 50 shell companies. I mean, dude, it is a rampant issue that crosses partisan lines and is everywhere. And something should be done about it. All right. But now I'm done. Dude, I can't watch that Nick Shirley guy, dude, for very long. He is just about as uncharismatic of a human being as I've ever seen. Okay? Right? That's it. You know what I'm saying? But again, right? They want to fucking target specific fucking races of people. And I don't really like that. And now they're all fucking like throwing out. It's going to become a huge content thing. What is this, dude?
The time game is over.
Oh, dude, Benny Johnson, I'm not gay. Dude, that's funny. Benny Johnson, I'm not gay. Benny Johnson, yes, you are, boss. All right, dude, we got to look at Trump. We got to talk about Trump, dude. Trump today obviously had his big, appearance where, he's trying to end the war in Ukraine, aka he's trying to do Vladimir Putin's bidding. Right? But dude, Trump is fucked up again, boss. Okay? Can we just look at the images we got here? Okay? Because look at Trump again, bro. Hold on, we're going to save it. Dude, look at this shit. So this is today, guys. Well, look at his fucking hand, bro. It's right. We know he's had the left hand, the right hand for the longest time has been covered in makeup, has been scarred. But now, dude, it looks like they're starting to dig into the left hand too, right? I don't know what's going on. But you see, there's definitely edema going on. His hands are swollen again. And there is some type of discoloration, some bruising that is starting to form on this hand as well. This is, he's having some kind of healthcare issue, right? There's been a lot of people trying to figure out if he's having congenital heart failure, if there's some type of dialysis he's on. So, right, he's been having MRIs with some frequency. I mean, there is obviously something more routine. Remember, they said it was like shaking hands, but it's some of this, guys, is the swelling, okay? That is crazy. Like the edema on his hands, okay, is not normal. Okay, now, normally, just, I'm coming up on 19 years of sobriety, okay? I was as fucked up as they get. These hands look like late-stage alcoholic hands, okay? When you have guys that are way strung out on alcohol, like way out there, they get edema in their hands. Their hands get puffy, and they usually turn red. You can kind of spot these guys. that have some significant circulation issues due to alcohol abuse. Trump doesn't drink, though, okay? He's not a drinker. He's never been a drinker. He's definitely having some type of medical issue that is causing all this edema, okay? And we have seen him. He's not all there mentally, guys. He is been having some significant, health issues of some sort. And what's more is nobody in his camp is talking about it. All right. Now, why this bothers me is because they literally spent every day of Joe Biden's presidency. Okay. And thank you, Matt. Appreciate you. They spent every day during Joe Biden's presidency, Joe, like every stumble, every trip, every bike ride, every time he got up off a fucking recliner at the beach, every mispronounced word, or if he stumbled while speaking, if he was a little slow, there was like a microscope right up his ass. And the media was talking about this for weeks on end. Just a constant discussion. Man, we're worried about Joe. We're worried about Joe. This fucking guy is showing up with hands swollen like goddamn watermelons that are turning gray with makeup covering the pinpricks. He's falling asleep in meetings. He's got a sagging face that looks like he's had multiple strokes. They hide him away for days on ends. He has mental breakdowns where he tweets like 200 times in one night, having panic attacks. He can't answer a goddamn question, and nobody wants to address it. They're just like, oh, Trumpy. Oh, forget about Trumpy. I mean, come on, man. Can we at least have equal scrutiny? Can we at least have news reporters talking about, like, why does Trump never stand up anymore? How come every time you see him in the White House, 9 times out of 10, he's just sitting in a chair like this the whole time? And right? Why did they hide him away for days on end? And then when we see him, his face is sagged all the way down to his fucking knees, bro. I mean, something is going on with the man, boss. Okay? Something is going on with this guy. Okay? There is a... there's some pinpricks, there's hands. Here's another image, okay, of when we look at this. Mainstream media owned by the same billionaires that own Trump. I mean, Fallen, you're not wrong, boss. Let's go. But look at this hand. My God, guys. Look at his right hand. Like, dude, this looks like necrotic tissue, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, this looks like zombified shit. Like, the last time I saw a hand like this, Woody Harrelson and Jesse Eisenberg were fucking putting a gun to its head. You know what I'm saying? Dude, right? Like, come on, man. That is not, like, he's not well. And now we're seeing the other hand over here. They're starting in on the same shit over on this side. Okay? It is fucking, there is definitely something going on. And remember, guys, remember what they told us? Remember what Carolyn Levitt said when she was asked about this? She said the president's been taking aspirin and his hands are bruising because of handshakes. Yeah. Dude. So, I'm not saying that like I understand that presidents are going to have health issues and sometimes you're going to want to be a little discreet because obviously, there's national security shit and shit like that. But can we have the same level of scrutiny? Okay? Can we have the same level of scrutiny where every time old man Biden got up off his chair, they were like, holy shit, I think he's done. I think he's damaged. I think he's not all there. My God, Joe is like, something's wrong with Joe. And Donald Trump is getting an MRI, every couple weeks. And his hands look like fucking zombie tissue. And they're not even asking questions. We can't even get a question answered. Okay? Like, you know what I mean? We can't even get a question asked. That's bothersome. Dude, yeah, there's like punctures or some shit. I mean, again, too, the swelling, boss. The edema, right? This one is interesting. Look at Zelensky. Zelensky's just like, why, man? Why? right? Like, I'm fighting Putin and fucking Donald Trump, bro. Well, look at this shit, dude. Look at that. Look at that fucking hand, bro. And now step 2, boss. Something's going on with this guy. I want to see the ankles. Yeah. I mean, that's it, right? Trump does not get the scrutiny, boss. Okay? Joe Biden gets the scrutiny. Democrats get the scrutiny. Trump does not get it. Okay? Something is definitely going on with homie. Right? And right there, dude. You saw it. Where was it? It was this post. If this were Joe Biden, there would be congressional hearings. Right? Peter Thiel is literally an acronym for the reptile. All right, let's go. You like that Zombieland reference? Let's go. You got it. Dude, those movies are so good. Oh, Jesus. Dude, that is crazy, bro. The AI is really fucking working it.
You, in the past, have suggested a trilateral meeting between both Presidents Putin and Zelensky. Is
Right.
that something that is also on the docket?
I see that happening, sure, at the right time. I saw a very
dude, look at him.
Interesting President Putin today. I mean, he wants to see it happen. He wants to see it. He told me very strongly.
Look at his face.
Don't forget, we went through the Russia hoax together.
Dude, look at his face, bro.
I said, can you believe the stuff that?
Because he knows, dude. Zelensky knows that Russia, dude. Trump is basically working for Russia. It is so obvious, okay? It is so obvious that Trump is doing everything he can to fucking, you know what I'm saying? To do Russia's bidding. But you see his face? He just knows Trump is full of shit. And look at him, bro. He looks like why is he brown, dude? He looks like he's fucking leaning on that shit. You can see the edema in his hands from here, bro. Jesus.
They're making up, and it turned out we were right. They made it all up. And despite that, we didn't get into wars and we didn't get into problems, but we weren't able to trade very much or any of that, which was a shame because, you know, a lot of success could have been had by trading with Russia. They have great land, great minerals and other things.
Dude, he's fucking talking up Russia, the aggressor over here. Man, Russia's so great. They're so great. I wish Ukraine would just give Russia the country so we could be done with this and I can get a hotel in Kiev, right?
Things, and we have things that they want very badly. But the Russia hoax, which was a terrible, made-up, fictional thing by...
Dude, it is not. Russia was very real. There's nothing about Russia that was a hoax, okay? In 2016, that shit was real. He does look dead, doesn't he? I mean, we should only be so, you know what I mean? He does. He looks fucking like he does not look well. Trump does not. Right? Look at him. He's not look well, boss. Dude, it is like, you know, the thing that has bothered me about this This whole thing with I'm just going to go on the record here with Putin and Trump. The thing that has bothered me the whole time, guys, is that this whole thing should be Trump and Zelensky and, you know, the VP and all of the US's, you know, like international foreign policy apparatus in a semicircle around Vladimir Putin saying, here's what you're going to do, Vladimir. Here's the 10 things you're going to do right now. And if you don't, we're going to fucking push you out of Ukraine and fucking ransack you tomorrow. Okay? The shit we've been doing with Iran and Nigeria? No. Here's the deal. You got fucking 2 weeks to meet these 10 demands, or we're going to fucking decimate your country and take all your goddamn oil. That's the only conversation we should be having right here. Is everybody, Europe, NATO, America, and Zelensky sitting down with Putin saying, get the fuck out or we're going to thump your ass. End of story. Dude, that shit would be over in fucking 5 minutes. But it's literally Donald Trump. He could not, if he was actually like Vladimir Putin with the Donald Trump mask on, he could not be more like obvious in who he is trying to help in this whole transaction. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's like, what the fuck are we doing, man? And yeah, Midnight, you do bring up a good point that all the Russian oligarchs are in bed with the Republican Party. You know? Dude, everybody's bought Trump. Dude, Zelensky, though, man, that poor guy, dude. You look at him, and he is just like, whoa. It is infuriating, dude. It is absolutely infuriating. Meanwhile, right? Meanwhile, look at what's going on here, dude. Right? There's fucking, you know, Russia's just launching missiles into fucking apartment buildings. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, dude, that shit, that's not a military base. Dude, it's a fucking, like, an apartment building, bro. The fuck are we doing, dude? Look at this fucking shitter, boss. Jesus. All right. All right, moving along. Fuck you, Trumpy. Your insurance is going to go up. Dude, everything is going up, guys. Like, you know, I mean, remember, guys, remember what Trump promised. He said by the end of the year, our energy bills were going to be cut in half, guys. I have him on tape. You ready? Let's watch this. Let's go in and watch the tape, boss. Look at this shit. All right, here's what Trump said. You ready? Watch.
Number one, your energy bill within 12 months will be cut in half, and that's my pledge all over the country. Number one, your energy bill within 12 months will be cut in half, and that's my pledge all over the country.
All right, your energy bill will be cut in half in 12 months all over the country. That is my pledge. Okay? Here we are. 12 months, not happening. Look, the actual thing that's happening, energy bills have gone up 13% since he took office. And guess what? They're going to go up more. Data center, data center, data center. Right? Dude, everything. He is a scoundrel, but he's doing well. His crypto coin is booming. He has fused his company with some fusion company that is booming. He is right. He is looting the treasury with government contracts. He's got a $400 million plane. He's raking in money for the Epstein ballroom. They're doing real estate deals all over the Middle East. And we're getting fucked, bro. We are getting fucked. Dude, you see this? Oh my God. Dude, did you see this shit? Bro, tell me this doesn't look like fucking Erika Kirk, bro. Like, I saw this and I was like, oh my God, dude. Doesn't that remind you of Erika Kirk? It really does, dude. It looks so much like Erika Kirk. That like, oh, dude. And oh yeah, the rings. Dude, that little tag at the end. Oh shit, bro. That little tag at the end is crazy. So creepy. Dude, why did they keep saying this? Is this the tolerant, loving left? We're not the tolerant left. Dude, and this idiot, can I just show you something? So we gotta mention this. I gotta take a sidebar here because of this 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀 person. Okay, because look at this shit. She says, Kyle, unfortunately, your goal is to divide us and line your own personal pocket. It's so sad that you don't engage in conversations, but resort to rhetoric that divides us. I'm on your team, and I'd love to have a convo if you have me. But dude, she's not on our team. Okay, this woman is, she says bold lib, but like this woman became like a Twitter thing when she rode the like left-wing Twitter. This was like years ago. Okay, like 8 years ago during Trump's first term, she was like riding the anti-Trump wave. And she was this sort of like liberal person. And she started getting a lot of followers on Twitter, okay? But then, now she's moving to the right. She's doing a Lindy Lee. She's doing an 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀. She's claiming to be a lib, okay? And, dude, it is like a Russian troll account, dude. It's fucking crazy. But look at this shit, though, because look at what she said here, okay? First off, she's so gnarly looking. She's like in her 40s. But she always does these airbrush, like filter-laden fucking things. And so nameless, she's nobody. She's a failed actress, okay? She's a failed actress that became a Twitter personality. But she's really like gnarly looking and she tries to make herself like look young and hot. But she is now pivoting to the right. But I got into it with her today, guys, because look at what she did, okay? So here, let me show you where I got into it. Okay, where she's got a podcast called Bold Voices, where now she is exclusively fucking interviewing right-wing figures. But watch what happened today, guys. Because what she did was she quote tweeted somebody. Let me find it. Where is it? It was this. Okay, you ready? She's like, this guy, okay, tweeted about he supports Governor Walz because we know this Nick Shirley thing. They're trying to throw a Hail Mary to get Lindell elected, to ruin Tim Walz. And she said, I'm trying to understand why anyone would support corruption and fraud in Minnesota. Can someone please explain it simply? And I replied, Tim Walz didn't commit the fraud, you fucking moron. Okay? That's why. Because Tim Walz didn't commit the fraud, right? The people committing the fraud are committing the fraud. Okay? And she says, I'm in Orlando 11 and you're a nobody, is what she said. She said, oh, I'm a nobody. Now, hold on. We're going to look at this. To which I just replied with her face, right? I'm a nobody, but I just replied with that. Because that's all I have to say about that. But let's just look into her accusation that I am a nobody. Okay? Because, again, guys, she has a big Twitter following, but she also follows 66,000 people, which means she's doing like follow for follow. Okay? Which is for starters. For the other starters is let's go look at her podcast. Okay, because there are people that are big on Twitter but have no reach anywhere else because of bots, because they are ingratiating themselves to whatever Elon's bot thing. Okay, now she is like a plant though, guys, because she used to be like a liberal, a left-winger, and now she's like a right-winger. Now she is fucking right. Now she is like moving to the right, but saying she's a leftist, yada, yada, yada. Okay, now, but let's go look at her podcast, okay? Because she said that I'm a nobody, okay? But then let's go look at her podcast. We're going to find, here we go. Let's go look at her podcast, okay? This is her podcast that is called Bold Voices, okay? So we're going to head on over to YouTube, guys, and we're going to look at her Bold Voices podcast, okay? And there it is, okay? The Bold Seat podcast with Angela fucking 𝗏𝗀𝗏, right? She has 12,000 subs. All right. Well, let's look at her podcast. So she just did a live 5 days ago, and it has 34 views, guys. Okay? She did, right? 18 views. Oh, shit, boss. Oh, wait, who's the nobody? 2 weeks ago, this one, Candace Owens, 𝗙𝗏𝗏 with Angela 𝗏𝗀𝗏. This is a 2-hour live stream that has 76 views, guys. Now, she said, I'm a nobody. Okay? I am the nobody. So let's go look at some of my live streams, guys. Oh, wait. 6,000, 6,000, 7,000, 5,000, 7,000, 5,000, 6,000. I'm the nobody, right? I clearly am a nobody, right? Because I'm out here streaming for a measly 7,000 people per stream. And she is out here streaming for 23 people per stream, right? Oh, yeah. But you see, though, do you see sort of the difference here, guys? When there's a thing that's called like Twitter famous, okay, where there are people who are on Twitter and you go to their Twitter and man, they have hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter, but they have nothing on a real platform. And she's grown significantly since she's moved off to the right. Now, there's another one, guys, which is another woman who's fucking blocked me. That is the redheaded libertarian. You know this person, Josie? She's another person who's like 40, but she uses filters when you see her in real life. It's like, whoa, dude, put the filter back on, please. But she always wears a low-cut shirt or whatever, and she tries to do the booby thing, right? With her little Instagram filter, whatever. She's in a dress making pies. She blocked me. You know why she blocked me? Because of this, guys. Because when we look at Josie on Twitter, you ready? We look at Josie, the redheaded libertarian. Look at her, guys. She's got 11,000 subscribers, just like Angela 𝗏𝗀𝗏. But when you look at her videos, dude, 600 views, 200 views, right? Like, they're not even real subscribers, okay? This is like the views right here. This is like 2,000 subscribers, okay? If you're getting 200 views, you have like 2,000 subs, right? It's like 10%, you know? That's pretty much how it works out to 5%, between 5 and 10%, okay? Like, dude, nobody's watching this shit, okay? Nobody's watching this shit, even when she's covering, like, her take. Nobody's watching it, okay? Now, you know why Josie blocked me? Okay, you know why she blocked me? Because there was this libertarian festival in D.C. And Josie, she has 900 followers on Twitter. 900,000, almost 1 million. Okay, you ready for this? So Josie and I, we would get into it because I would always get in her replies and say, God damn, you look like you just chugged a Bible. Like, what's up with your eyes? And then she would try to punk me to her following on Twitter. And they would all pile in with like bot-driven comments. But then she did this libertarian festival in DC, and she did a live panel where it was her and somebody else, and there were 6 people in the crowd, guys. 6. Okay, 6. And so I got on here and I said, why do you have 1 million followers on Twitter, but only 6 people showed up to see you? And she blocked me, right? Dude, why was I getting into her shit? Because she is virulently homophobic and anti-trans. So I was always taking her to task for her hatred towards LGBTQ people specifically. Okay, that's why I would get in there and be like, God damn, what is up with your fucking Bible eyes? Like, why don't you leave some people alone? But dude, she had 6 people in the crowd, okay? And so that's why she blocked me. But dude, she's despicable, right? With her little cross above the doorway, right? She's like, let me show you my boobs. Here's a cross, right? How dare these gay people have lives? But yeah, dude, she is like nasty anti-trans, okay? Like nasty anti-trans shit. And that's why I got in there about her fucking Bible eyes. But guys, dude, Christmas tits. Dude, it is very deceptive. This number on Twitter is very, very deceptive, guys. Okay? Because you can have 1 million followers on Twitter and you could go have a live event and you would not get 10 people there. Okay? That's where we're at with Twitter. So a lot of this shit is just pretty astroturfed. Okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, she has 1 million followers and her tweets, some of them are getting like 40 likes. That's crazy shit, dude. That is like crazy, like non-engagement, dude. For 1 million fucking followers, that is some insane like lack of engagement, boss. Insane. Okay? It is insane shit, dude. It's because they're astroturfed. Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm a nobody, guys. I love this, though. When I went and saw that, like, her streams are getting 18 views, I was like, holy shit. Because, guys, like, you don't even understand. I mean, guys, it is hard to, you know what I'm saying? For somebody, she has 12,000 subscribers. Like, how is that possible? That you have 12,000 subscribers and you have 18 people watching a fucking 2-hour live stream, an hour live stream. Like, that's not even possible, right? That is not even possible unless your subscribers like actively hate you are campaigning against you. Dude, what are we doing, bro? Bold, unfiltered conversations. Dude, she's joined. I mean, I think she has subscribers from her failed acting. Okay. Because if we go to her link tree, you see that she was, win a $4,000 Visa card, right? She's grifting off her Twitter followers to sell advertising here. Okay. But she is like, she's a failed actress is what she was. Okay. She's a failed actress that was a left-winger, but now she's doing the Jillian Michaels. She's doing the 𝗙𝗙cie𝗶𝗵. She's doing the Cenk Uygur. Okay? She is doing the pivot, the right-wing pivot, boss. Beware. Was she in Sharknado? No, she's not that good. Dude, I feel like if you're in Sharknado, you have a chance at a career. Right? She was not in anything you would ever recognize in any sort of way. Right? That is, though, guys, that's a big part of the, right? That's a big part of the right wing. I mean, failed Hollywood to right wing influencer is a pipeline, guys. That's Ben Shapiro is a failed screenwriter. Okay, J.D. Vance. I mean, he actually had a success, but even then, he, even with his success with Hillbilly Elegy, he had a success with the book. The movie wasn't so successful. Bannon, yeah, Robbie Starbuck, okay, fucking, right? That is a, Angel Studios. It is like failed in Hollywood to right-wing influencer sort of thing. It's a big pipeline. And then they get mad, and then they say Hollywood is like groomers and pedos, and ooh, I hate the Democrats because they're just not talented, right? The only famous person we have is who, when you say we, who are you talking about? The only famous person you're saying you, your family, the people on your block? Dude, there are tons of famous left-wing people, right? Leftists. There's a lot of people on the left, right? There's tons of people on the left. Dude, famous leftists, Jon Stewart, Jimmy Kimmel. Like, are you kidding me? Come on, boss. I could fucking list you 100 famous leftists, many of whom are far more famous than Hassan. I mean, dude, Hassan is famous, but he's also niche. Like, he's got a niche, right? He's like a hardcore rebellious young person, like video game left. Also, though, Hassan has a large international audience because he covers a great deal of international politics. I would like to see Hassan's audience demographics. I almost feel like Hassan might have more of an international audience than he does a U.S. audience, to be honest with you. I've never seen his demographics, but I think Hassan's got he covers a lot of international politics. And I think he has a really big international audience. He might be even bigger in Europe than he is over here, right? You don't see him cover international stuff. He really does, though. But he also has a lot of, right? Like, he has a large, like, Muslim and audience worldwide, I'm sure Hassan does, for sure, dude. I mean, he's definitely big, dude. I'm not going to diss on him because he's huge, but he is become very, like, I don't know. I feel like Hassan has become much more specialized lately, right? Since October 7th, he's definitely, where his main focus is no longer like just Medicare for all and socialism in America. Bible eyes, let's go. Ding, ding, ding. Right? Whoopsie. Don't like the way he talks to his chat. I don't know. I personally, with me, guys, obviously now I'm a political content creator. Like, I used to watch Hassan, okay, in 2020 and 2021. I used to watch Hassan when I was making video game content for Fortnite, right? But, like, he's different now than he was in 2021, okay? He was leftism in 2021, you know what I mean? And the thing about him now, though, is now he's, like, a little more focused on solely, like, he spends way too much time on Israel and Zionism for, like, I mean, for my taste. It's just too much of a focus. And during the campaign, it got, like, really negative, right? During the 2024 campaign, he got really negative and, like, sans hope. And that's kind of when I stopped watching him. I don't know what he's doing now. Back for good. Let's go, Keeler. Right? But he got really depressing to me during 2024, where it just looked like he was, hated American politics and had no hope that even if Kamala won, it wasn't going to get any better. And he was just really, really filled with despair. Okay? And that was where I had to tap out, because I don't want to watch despair, guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to watch despair. Let's go, membership. Gifted. Thank you, Killer. Right? Like, I can't. I can't do despair. And so I haven't watched him a lot. And then I became Like I became a content creator, so now I don't have time to watch content. But dude, his leftism in 2020 and 2021, when he was like a gamer guy defending trans people and defending LGBTQ people and defending women, like, dude, he was peak in 2020 and 2021. And right? And he blew up because of it, but his pivot has become a little like, I don't know, a little dark for me. And again, I haven't watched him in a while. So he may have gotten off that. It may have been, you know, the combination of Joe Biden and the despair of Gaza and a lot of coverage of Gaza and shit. And so that will do it to you, right? If you get too overboard, you think he's gotten better. Good. I hope so, because he's got a big fan base and they need some positivity. They need some hope. You know what I mean? But man, he was really, you know, he covered a lot of shit in 2021 and 2020 that was like really, really important to me. You know what I mean? And, you know, that was like a really important voice in the gamer world back then. And I really thank him for that though, guys, because I tell you what, if there had been no Hassan in 2020, 2021, there might not be a political punk right now. So, you know what I mean? Like seeing him be a gamer that pivoted to politics, like made me realize, oh shit, I can do this shit. So I'm real thankful for him. You know, I'm real thankful for him. You felt since Zoran is mainstream, he's come more understanding and directed. Good, man. I mean, it's hard though. And guys, I'll be honest with you. With my thing with Hassan is I don't necessarily think, I think sometimes Hassan's audience is like, so let me just say this. You ready? So I like Hassan. I think he does a very important fucking thing. He's aggressive and he defends a lot of causes that I really believe in. Okay. And I think he's really good at what he does. Now, that being said, I think when he got into dark times around Gaza and Palestine and the heartbreak and him covering that over and over and over again and feeling hopeless because of Joe Biden and all this shit, he cultivated an audience that was like really negative and really hateful. Okay? His audience was. And whether or not I feel like him making content for that hateful, like you make one fucking mistake, we will burn you to the ground audience, created a type of audience capture that is like, I don't know, it made his streams not really pleasant for me. So bad, guys, that you know what I did? Can I show you something? Let me show you my YouTube channel for a sec. Look at this, guys. Okay, you ready? So, a clip about him. If we go to my YouTube channel, we go to my videos, we go to my oldest. You ready? Look at this. I made a couple videos. Okay, I made a video about Project 2025. I made a video about Trump. I made a video about, you know, a stream VOD. Okay, then I had a clip go viral about Palestine with Hassan. Okay, right? And I made a video about this Hassan clip defending Hassan. 20,000 views. I got monetized. All of a sudden I had this audience, but my audience were Hassan fans, right? I made this video about Asmongold, destroyed by Hassan. I had Hassan fan videos. Look at the next video I made. The next video I made was Trump wants a Gaza hotel and Joe Biden takes the rap. I made a pro Joe Biden video. Like, why are you calling Joe Biden Genocide Joe? And all of the Hassan fans left my fucking, they immediately started unfollowing. Dude, I lost a whole bunch of followers. And you look at my videos, dude, my viewership immediately went down, right, for a little bit. And I did that on purpose, guys. I did that on purpose. I purposely made a video that would drive every hardcore Hassan fan out of my YouTube channel instantaneously. That was a purposeful, I did that 100% because I did not want to cultivate his severe, extreme fucking fan base. Dude, killer, let's go. Dude, I didn't. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about this, guys, here's the thing. You ready? You ready about this, guys? Joe Biden is not genocidal, guys. The United States of America is fucking genocidal. So my problem with Hassan and what happened in 2024, and 𝗪𝗪𝗡𝗍𝗀 did this too, is they've created a situation where they applied the entire genocidal U.S., our entire history, going all the way back to the fucking natives. We are genocide, America is, and they attached it all to Joe Biden in a way that stained him and stained Kamala Harris and fucking like made it so there was no way we could win that goddamn election. And we didn't need to do that. Okay? We didn't need to fucking do that shit. Okay? That was not the thing to do when Trump was trying to sneak back into office. I think we should have been smarter than that. We should have just called America a genocidal fucking nation, and we should have all taken the rap for it, you know? And that's not the only reason why we lost, but that didn't help, okay? That didn't help. You don't do that shit. During an election year, guys, you don't attach a label like that. Listen to me. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Hassan or Kyle Kowinski or anybody. If you have an election year going against MAGA, you do not attach some label like Genocide Joe to your fucking candidate. You don't attach it to your fucking party during a goddamn election year unless you're a stupid fucking ass and you want to fucking lose. That's bad politics. Okay, you do better than that. You win the goddamn election and then call him Genocide Joe. But you don't do that shit during a fucking election year unless you are a fucking moron. Okay? And dude, I had a problem with that. And so I purposely made some videos to get those fucking audience members out of my YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? Right? That's my take on it. You know, it's bad politics, right? But again, though, I like Hassan, but I think sometimes, though, he's beholden to an audience that is real fucking, right? He's beholden to an audience that is real problematic. And we did have primaries, killer. Joe Biden won all the primaries, okay? Joe Biden beat Dean fucking, what's his name from fucking Minnesota, dude? Dean Phillips and all these guys, and Cenk Uygur, right? Dude, you're transgender, your life is in danger, you voted Kamala, but I think I'm stupid and you're unsubbing. Okay, that's fine. You can unsub and I'll just erase you from my chat. I don't fucking care, right? I'm just telling you, like, we political people, we have a responsibility, guys, okay? We do. Glad you can watch you live for the holidays. You've always been real Slava Ukrainian. Agree with this rant. Let's go, Mist. Appreciate that. Let's go, baby. Oh, because at the end of the day, guys, we political people, we do have a responsibility, okay? That we have a two-party system here in America, okay? We do. We have a two-party system here in America, guys. And unfortunately, let's go. Thank you, Miss. Let's go. Unfortunately, we have a responsibility to not be shitheads during the fucking, right? We did not have shitheads. We did not need to be shitheads during our own election. Now, again, though, I lump the blame on Joe Biden, okay? I do. I blame Joe Biden because Joe Biden was old and he probably should have dropped out. He said he was going to be a bridge president. He should have not run, okay? He should have not run. You know, he should have not run. He should have. See, the thing is Joe Biden, you ready for this? I'll say it again. Joe Biden and his people should have recognized we had a real problem with Gaza, guys. We did. What happened there was horrific, and we shouldn't have done what we did. We shouldn't have let fucking, right? We should not have let Netanyahu run rampant like that. And so Joe Biden should have fallen on the sword. He should have not run. He should have taken all the blame for Gaza, let somebody else stand up in his place and fucking disavow everything Joe did, And Joe could have taken the rap, been the fucking hero, and saved the goddamn election, but he didn't. Okay? He didn't. And that I have a problem with, because he should have. He should have taken one for the fucking party. Okay? And he could have stopped it. No, he couldn't have stopped it, Michael, because Congress appropriates the money. And America is filled with evangelical Christians that are Zionists, and America is a genocidal fucking country. Okay, Joe Biden couldn't have stopped it. Somebody that's not Joe Biden, that's not a goddamn Catholic fucking beholden to the fucking congressional shit, could have stopped it. Dude, I blame Joe as well. He promised to be a one-turner. He should have announced to step back in 2022 so we would have had proper primaries. Yeah, let's go, Keeler. Let's go. Now, I think maybe though suffering through Trump could be good for us, okay? Because maybe we really need to eat some shit and get our shit back on board. But guys, the problem is America, okay? American Christianity is the problem, okay? American Christianity is the problem, guys, because I know, listen to me and hear this. I know that because of the anti-Semitic nature, this idea that Jews control the globe, you want to believe that AIPAC controls the U.S. Congress. And no, that is not the case. The case is the United States evangelicals let AIPAC buy them because Israel doing what it does in the Middle East is important for them to get the rapture. Okay? Israel doesn't control the U.S. The U.S. allows Israel to do what it does, and they take funding for it. They sort of like blackmail Israel to get Israel to be their little war buddy in the fucking Middle East, because the billionaires and the fucking evangelicals here want the rapture. Okay? AIPAC is created by our evangelical people that want to use Israel as an arm of American Christianity in the Middle East. Okay? They don't give a shit about the Jews. They don't. They just want to use them to fucking start their cataclysmic war so Israel will get demolished so the rapture will happen. Dude, it's fucked up. Dude, it is fucked up, bro. It is some fucked up shit. Christianity, some fucked up shit, bro. Dude, it is like, dude, burn it all to the ground, you know? Dude, it's fucked up. All right, that's my take. Now, if you don't like that take and you hate me, you can unfollow me. All right, but again, dude, I want to reiterate that I really like 𝗙𝗏, and I think he does an important part of like left-wing aggressive politics that we need. That like somebody who will shake shit up, and like I just think, you know, I hope he treads carefully though. He's got a really aggressive, nihilistic audience. Okay, some of his audience are nihilists that don't really want to make America better. They want to burn America down. And I think he has to be careful with how he feeds that part of his audience and be responsible about making sure that he's trying to better the country, you know. But yeah, dude, you're not going to agree with everybody all the time, dude. Dude, I wouldn't want to, I think a leftist politics without 𝗙𝗏 would be not good. He definitely makes the left better. Dude, he does. Because, I mean, sometimes you need aggressive people that are way out on one end. That's how you find balance, guys. You find balance in the extremes. And that's why I don't hate 𝗙𝗏, and I also don't hate the 𝗨𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗺 guys. You know what I'm saying? And who I think are like centrists to the extreme and fucking bootlickers, or somebody like David Pakman, who is sort of in that centrist, you know, more like the typical American fucking, you know, lib or whatever. And so I think you need to have some of that balance. I would not want the whole party to be 𝗙𝗏, and I don't want the whole party to be fucking 𝗨𝗙𝗶𝗹𝗺 guys that are still living in fucking 2012, bro. Dude, right? Like the guys who think, hey, we helped Obama win when politics was a completely different world. So, hey, listen to us. It's like, dude, there was not even any social media when you guys helped Obama win. You dumb shits. What are you talking about? You don't understand how to fight now. You know, but I think like having all those factions are good. Dude, I like 𝗏𝗙𝗃. I do. I like 𝗏𝗙𝗃, right? They perform an important function too, man, where they are like, they have the fact-checking legal concerns of corporate media, right? But they also are cover shit that's a little left of corporate media, okay? You know? And I mean, there was social media in 2012, but nobody was using it like they are now. Like now, social media is like, you know what I mean? Like the thing about 𝗏𝗙𝗃, guys, that you got to realize is they are helping mainstream center liberals keep in touch with the left wing, guys. That's an important role. Okay, the people that the audience capture of like MSNBC and old school like centrist liberal people, but having them be exposed to leftism, like 𝗏𝗙𝗃 really does a very important role, guys. I cannot even tell you. They feed leftism to old people and people that would only watch, you know, ABC and CBS and NBC and like, you know, they fucking are virulently anti-Trump. And so I think they really occupy an important role. Okay. Now I don't agree with a lot of them, a lot of the shit they do, like when they platform like 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗎 and some of these other guys, but 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗎 won George Santos's district. So would I rather have 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗎 than George Santos? Yes. Would I rather have 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗎 than a Republican? Yes. And so like, I think 𝗏𝗙𝗃 is just really, really fucking important. Okay, whether you agree or don't agree with them, they are an important part of our political ecosphere, and they have occupied a space that has made like room for people like me. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of us left-wing content creators are able to flourish because of the door that 𝗏𝗙𝗃 kicked open. Okay, they kicked open a door that I am walking through. Okay, that like, if somebody of their size, if somebody of Brian Tyler Cohen's size, if they hadn't kicked that door open, I wouldn't be able to get into the space. Okay, and you know what I mean? It's true, guys. They kicked a door open. I mean, I know this sounds crazy, but I did something like that in Fortnite, where when I went into Fortnite, it was all these toxic kids. And I went in there as an old man and I kicked a door open and made it as an old man. But now there's a bunch of like 40-plus-year-old like guys having careers playing Fortnite because I went through that wall first. And 𝗏𝗙𝗃 and Brian Tyler Cohen, they blew up to a degree that made it so a whole bunch of us can now fucking make a living in that space. And that's important, guys. Like you need those trailblazers. Again, though, I don't mind the establishment. I don't hate the establishment. I don't. I like want to use the establishment. You know what I mean? I do. Like, I think it's important, right? You gotta use the establishment. There's a power there to be utilized, right? There is, dude. There is, man. Like the, you know, I go back to, there's a reason why Bernie Sanders put a D next to his name when he ran for president, right? There's a reason. He took the D off when he wasn't running for president, but he put the D on when he ran for president because there's an apparatus, a very powerful one that fucking, you know, I did play Elden Ring for like a couple days, but I don't like video games. I just liked Fortnite. That was kind of the problem with me as a gaming guy. I don't really love video games. I never play them. And I mostly, like, I was a musician. And so when I was in my 20s and 30s, I was like writing albums and there was no reason for me to play video games. That would have just taken me away from being a creative. So I was kind of anti-video game most of my life. And in fact, I fired a drummer once for playing too much Call of Duty because he was never practicing and his drums weren't up to snuff. So I got addicted to Fortnite, though. And as a gaming streamer, it was hard because I didn't like any other games. I did like GTA, though. But GTA was even a bigger addiction, dude. GTA RP was like, holy shit. If I kept playing that, dude, I probably would have lost my relationship. I'm serious. Dude, I was so addicted to that. Like, I couldn't even, like, I was streaming like 17 hours a day. And Jenny was like obsessed with it. She was like modding. We were both like addicted to fucking GTA RP. Dude, I had to pull the plug on it, bro. You know what I mean? It was like too much, boss. Right? I had to get out of the crack, the cocaine fucking gaming, dude. Because I'm an addict, bro. When I find something that feels like cocaine, I will fucking do it until I can't do it anymore. Oh, shit. Let's go. Centrist Democrats need to go. You can never have a two-party system. Yeah, well, so DPD, the thing is centrist Democrats aren't going to go for a while. And so you do have to deal with them now. And already, though, like Gavin Newsom is running on not taking AIPAC money. So that is AIPAC's like weaknesses are now being seen. Okay. And now we're changing that. I think like because of the kerfluffle that was made and the worldwide disgust with Netanyahu, that AIPAC money is becoming a negative thing. And the more people that win elections disavowing it, the more that AIPAC money is going to disappear and it's going to lose its power. Okay. So I think we're doing good things. It's going to be a while before that becomes non-existent. But guys, it's not about AIPAC. It's about Christianity. We have to get the Christian zealots out of our government, guys. As long as you have evangelical Christians going into government, Zionism is going to be at the forefront. Let me just tell you, because they want to bring Jesus back and they're going to use the Jewish nation to do it. Okay? Right? I mean, they say they support Israel, but they don't. Israel doesn't, they don't believe in Jesus being the Son of God. They don't give a shit about Israel, right? They're using them. They're using the Jews to start the rapture, guys. And they're pretending like they care about them, but deep inside, they fucking resent the hell out of the Jewish people because of their fucking, them not believing in Jesus. They won't say this, but let me just fucking tell you that's the absolute truth, okay? There's no way they can support fucking Jewish people who don't believe Jesus is the Son of God. It's heretical for them. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking games, all right? On that note, though, I'm going to go make some videos. You ready? We got a dance party. Somebody had called for a dance party, guys, but we already got this dance party. We did it in multiple things. We missed the timer, but we got it. We went way over 20. We had an amazing day of support. So the dance party has been confirmed. All right. Right? Right? Kowinski, Newsom take those money from private personal donations. Yeah, but guys, the thing about this is just remember, for the time being, guys, don't worry so much about the bogeyman of AIPAC and don't worry so much about like thinking you see Netanyahu and everything, because you're going to just be manipulated by anti-Semitic people and people that are trying to gut the American government. Let's just get rid of MAGA, okay? Let's get rid of MAGA. Let's get rid of the Christianity from our fucking lawmaking, and let's, revamp the Supreme Court and try to get the money out of politics. It's like a 40-year plan, guys, that we can, tax the churches. There's a lot of shit we can do to stem the power of these evangelicals in our government. And then don't get too wrapped up. If AIPAC, if everything becomes an AIPAC nail, you're going to turn into a hammer. Okay. And don't worry about that. Right. You know what I'm saying? When everything becomes a nail, you fucking turn into a hammer. And so you don't want to get derailed, because the thing about it is we if we do the shit we need to do, that AIPAC money's going to just disappear. Okay. I'm telling you, it will. If we just keep advancing our fucking policy and focusing on the needs of the American people, and we keep making it that AIPAC money not something we should take, and candidates keep stepping up, Punk Tifa forever, let's go. That shit will disappear over time, guys. Okay? You know what I'm saying? That shit will disappear over time. okay, we have to keep focused on our shit. Because I will tell you right now, okay, let me just say this loud and clear, is there are forces of anti-Semitism in the right wing, and there are forces of like, you know, radical fucking, you know, the theocratic Islam forces in the Middle East that fucking hate America and hate Christianity, that really want us to fucking blow up over here, right? They want to weaken us, okay? And so we don't want to fall prey to any of those guys. We want to just focus on our shit. And so my question I will answer the question. So when is the proper time to primary Jeffries? I don't know when that is, okay? The time is not now. I think, here's what I think, okay? I'm going to answer this. Right now, we do have to look at some of our leaders, okay? And anti-Semitism isn't a problem on the left. No, I think there's some anti-Semitism on the left too. I don't think it's different than the right, but I don't think it's even really on the left. I think it's more like some extreme leftists, some of the horseshoe theory. Like if you go way out to the nihilistic leftist people, I think there's some anti-Semitism out there too, even if they don't identify it as such. You know, I don't think they think it's anti-Semitism, but I think it's there. But what I will say is, 𝗙𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗹𝗀, she comes to mind. Yeah, dude, horseshoe. But so what I wanted to say about the Jeffries thing is this, is we do have to look at our leaders that we trust, okay? And like leaders we trust, I look at who I trust. There are some people I trust, okay? I trust AOC. I trust Jasmine Crockett. I trust, you know, Jamie Raskin to a degree. I trust Zohran Mamdani, okay? Okay, they're right. There are some people that I fucking trust, right? That like really trust. And people that I believe are leftists that are also playing the political game. Okay, now what I have seen is right now they are rallying around Hakeem Jeffries. So as long as they are rallying around Hakeem Jeffries is not the time to primary him, because he is a part of our coalition. Whether we love him or hate him, he at least has the capability to guide the Democratic coalition. Because I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is the most important voice, okay? I don't. I think the thought leaders and the fighters are the important voices, because Hakeem Jeffries is just, his job is to just get the votes, okay? And make sure people can get reelected while getting the votes. And that's an important job. And so somebody who's got the power to rally the factions of the coalition and dance that dance, I say let them continue having the power until they start failing at that job, okay? So the problem is if we start getting embarrassed the way Mike Johnson is, if Hakeem gets the gavel and Hakeem starts fucking up shit and we start looking like fucking jackholes when we have the power and we start blowing important votes, then it will be time to replace him. But we got to give him the gavel first. You know what I'm saying? Because Zoran's backing him and AOC is backing him. The people I trust are backing him. So I'm going to back him too. But if he becomes a failure, if he starts failing and if he starts like shitting on the coalition, then you replace him, right? But my thing, guys, is I believe that Hakeem can be moved. And I believe I saw him move around Zohran Mamdani. And then you saw Mamdani defend him and AOC defending him. So I believe that there is a coalition happening right now. Okay. That's what I believe. And so until I see Hakeem Jeffries fuck that coalition up with his actions, I don't care what these guys say. Okay. Let me just tell you, with the politicians, I don't put a lot of stock into what they say, because talking is a game in politics. Sometimes you're this and sometimes you're this and sometimes you're this. And politics, I look at what they do, okay? I look at what they do more than what they say, because the talk is cheap. So let's get him the gavel and let's see what happens with the gavel. and then we will judge him, okay? And so that's the right time to primary him is when he fails with the gavel, okay? And he hasn't had the gavel yet, so we'll have to see, okay? That's how I look at it, because right now he has a legacy of Nancy Pelosi, and he's done a good job. When I've seen him, the way he's managed the coalition as a minor party, the House has done a really impeccable job, okay? And he doesn't need to be charismatic. He needs to keep the coalition together in the House, okay? The Speaker does not need to be charismatic, okay? The Speaker needs to keep the coalition together in the House. AOC is charismatic. We have people in Congress that are charismatic. He just needs to keep the coalition together and make sure that the House stays unified while protecting people's seats, because the House is a dance, guys. The person who manages the House needs to keep the coalition together while making sure nobody loses their seat. That's a hard fucking job. And look at Mike Johnson to show you what a loser looks like. Yeah, Schumer, I think, is ready. I think Schumer is ready to be gone. I think if you look at it, I think Schumer's going to be primaried, okay? And I think Hakeem knew it was him or Schumer, and he said, okay, let's get rid of Schumer. I'll fucking play ball, dude, right? I think Hakeem knows, right? He knows that the faction, the Mamdani and AOC faction is gaining power, okay? And so let's see what happens. If he becomes a real obstacle to our thought leaders, once he gets the gavel, then we pressure him, and if he doesn't change, then he gets the boot. Okay, that's how I say. But I think right now, I think Hakeem is the right guy. I don't see anybody right now that could step into Hakeem's role and do the job he's been able to do thus far as tightly as him, because he is connected to all those various factions. Okay, he is. Dude, I think there's a lot of delicate factions in the House that are purple seats that are being won by Democrats that are up every 2 years. And Hakeem has been able to manage that really well. And we got to see what happens with that Supreme Court ruling with the Voter Rights Act. Like, you know, but Schumer, I think we boot. I think Schumer's number is up. I think he's going to be the fall guy right now, right? That's the way I see it. I could be wrong, but let's see. But all right, we got to dance though. I know you want to keep me talking, but I got to go make videos, guys. All right, I got work. Dude, I will say this. You ready? So I will say this. If Hakeem had not come around and endorsed Zoran Mamdani, I may have had a different view about him. But like, guys, I kind of felt like Hakeem was going to come around and endorse. I really did, right? He seems disingenuous. Yeah, I mean, he's a coalition navigator, boss. And like the people that you know, the person that is interfaces with every faction of a party and make sure they all stay happy, that person is going to appear disingenuous. It's just part of the job. Okay, if you're interfacing with all the moving parts and you're shucking and jiving to make sure everybody feels like they're getting something out of the deal, that's a job that requires you to be a little fucking universal. Okay, you have to be a little universal. You know what I'm saying? You have to be a little universal doing that job, dude. It's true. It's politics, man. You know, but we'll see. Let's see what he does when he gets the gavel. Okay, let's see what he does. In a Mamdani, we have a Mamdani, Hochul, AOC. There's like a New York coalition, and maybe they're just doing that with Hakeem to pump money into New York City. I don't know, but I do want to see what he does with the gavel, because I don't think there's a competent replacement for him at the moment. That's the other thing. You do have to have somebody that can step into that role and do all that coalition massaging. And right now, I don't know who we would replace him with, because the people I love in Congress are like really aggressive and feisty, and they don't have enough power yet to be able to handle that job. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, let's see when they get the gavel how the investigations go. And then that's where we're going to determine if his head goes on the chopping block. But all right, that's my take. But guys, I play the politics, okay? I do. I play politics, okay? Dude, Maxwell Frost is somebody that, 10 years from now, 8 years from now, may very well, he is a great guy. He's just a little young. He doesn't have the power necessarily yet, but he would be a great fucking candidate down the road. And believe me, I think Maxwell Frost is kind of probably doing that. You've noticed that we got to get the stock trading gone, dude. The stock trading needs to go. Let's be honest, dude. That they're just no trading stocks. Let's get people in the Congress that don't want to trade stocks. You know what I mean? But all right, you ready? Let's go. But dude, I warn you, I play politics. I do. I'm a politics player, right? Dude, 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀's running for Senate, right? 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗪's gunning for Senate. He's trying to get in the other chamber. Dude, Midnight Marauders, my thing when you say, I'm going to address your thing because you got to understand how I work. Okay? I don't operate with, do you think they're going to let you vote them out? No, they're getting voted out. Okay? Trump is going out, and I don't fucking care. And if he tries to stay, he's going to end up in a pine fucking box. Okay? I don't sit there and think they're going to take control of me. No, you're not. That's not how we work around here. They're going, and fuck them. They don't own us. Their fascism is bullshit. We will not submit to it. And I'll fucking put my life on the line to guarantee that it doesn't fucking happen. So fuck them. So I don't sit around thinking, they're never going to leave. They're going to leave. Okay? They left in 2020. They're going to leave again. Right? Fuck them. And they're going to, after we take the House back, we're going to investigate the shit out of them. And we're going to weaken the shit out of them too. Okay? We're not bending over for Donald fucking Trump, baby. All right? Let's go. Dude, they are going to prison, boss. Dude, let's go, baby. Fuck it. Dude, we're here to fight. Oh. Dude, I'm ready to remove them by force, boss. I just tell you this, Midnight. If we have to remove them by force, the whole world is going to fucking help us. Okay? The whole world, Canada, all of Europe, Ukraine, everybody in the world is going to help us remove him by force. Mexico, Greenland, let's go, baby. The whole goddamn world is going to help us fucking bounce that dumb ass. Just, I dare you. Make me, Trumpy. I'm moving to Argentina. Woo! Let's go. Come here, Trumpy. I will ride Trumpy like a Shetland pony. Dude, let's go. That's how I feel. All right, time to go. Time to dance. Little deja vu, baby. Here we go. Whoa. Let's go. Let's get it.
Behind that a bit holy, notion that I will make it out somehow.
Fuck the Trump! Woo! Like a Shetland pony. There's your answer. You better save yourself or else. Nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Good night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.